So this is a skateboard we were working on a little bit yesterday. We didn't get too much done yesterday. We actually ended up spending like an hour and 40 minutes just talking about random things and more, what would be the term? The mental health aspect of being an animator and things like that. So didn't get quite as much done as I wanted yesterday, but we got the main board, which is the important bit. And we've got the tire, which is now going to be easy to multiply and make into many tires, wheels. At this point, we're trying to get the axle or the truck in place. So the truck of a skateboard is the thing that holds the wheel in place, and it is this very complex mechanism. I've actually got a whole bunch of reference images here. Whenever you're modeling something, always use reference. Especially for me, I've ridden a skateboard once, very briefly. It was on a gravel road, which sucked, so it didn't go very well. I'm in the country, so there's not many great places to use a skateboard. So I need to study this. I need to understand how a skateboard works. I can't just model this out of what I think it looks like, or else it's not going to be right. So we're going to be working with this. It's going to be very complicated in terms of there's a lot of different moving parts. We also have some complex geometry in the terms of how it's shaped. Now I'm going to try to simplify it a little bit just so that we're not dealing with too many weird angles, but it's still going to be an interesting challenge to get this to look right and to get it to work properly. So that's going to be the goal for today, is just modeling this. Now, it's going to be in basically 3 pieces. So if we kind of look at this is the full kind of pull out. The screws, all the little bits, all of these little washers, whatnot, I'm not going to really worry about too much. Honestly, the big thing that I'm going to be working on is the base plate, and then the hanger, which is the part that moves, this upper part here. And then we're just going to make little screws that we can add on to kind of cap everything off, since we don't need to see the washers and all of that. Yeah, so basically 3 pieces. We don't have to model all of this. Now I could, but you also have to keep in mind, whenever you're modeling something, what is the goal of the shot? What is the audience going to see? For my project, the skateboard is going to be at a distance, and probably the camera is going to be right around there. It's something like this. So they're going to be able to see the truck of the skateboard, but it's not going to be anywhere close, and there's going to be things blocking it. So I don't need to worry about putting all the little washers and whatnot, because no one's going to see it. Now, if the shot was different and it was maybe like a camera right on the railing and someone's going to jump up and grind along the rail, and we're going to see like the shot right up here, or maybe they're just going to hold their skateboard and it's going to be really visible right up in camera, I would definitely try to make that a little bit more accurate, put some more detail in there. Be very aware of what you're modeling and what the goal is. If you're animating a prop that's going to be back there, and there's going to be motion, or not motion blur, depth of field, so something like this, where imagine if I had to model all of these props back there, and this is how it's going to render out in the final scene. Do I need to put a ton of detail in any of these? No. Honestly, you probably can't make out most of the detail on any of that. It's just colors. I could use a polygon cube for most of these, put on a pretty texture, and that's it. No one's going to know the difference. Done. If you have something that suddenly goes up, let's say right up into camera here, suddenly you have to put all the details, like that little blemish and fold right in there. If I had, what props do I have? Let's say I always use this, my little Donkey Kong 3D print. Well, now I'm definitely going to have to put more detail into that. So it really depends on what the audience is going to see. You have to be aware of this. If you're just modeling everything at 100% detail, you're wasting time. So let me bring back our reference. This is going to be the goal here. We'll see how far we get. And we'll see how it goes. There's probably going to be some backtracking. Again, I've never ridden a skateboard. Honestly, if I was to do this for a full production, I would actually buy a skateboard and have it right on my desk so I can look at it from all angles. That would be the optimal bit. That way I can see how all the bits move, and this will really be helpful when I'm rigging it to know how everything kind of works. Since this is just for kind of a quick little project, I don't need to do that. I know that it's not going to be fully rigged in the end. It's going to be pretty quick. So again, know your project. Now let's see, let me catch up with the chat here. Sometimes when I animate, I really don't think any of that, and I left the animation as it is. What I have to do to it then? Oh wait, I think I might have missed something. Or maybe that was based on something I was saying. Oh wait, when I get stuck in a shot which I'm animating. Okay, so if I am understanding correctly, it's basically you're animating and then it's just like you're not sure what to do next. You know that it's not quite done yet, but what's the next step? How do you approach kind of finalizing it? Honestly, that's a very tricky moment because in terms of animation, it depends on the project. So if you were working on a film, it really depends on your timeline. If you're working for feature film, you're going to have more time to polish. If you're working for games or TV, you're going to have a lot less. So sometimes you'll just have to call it. But for your own shots, there is no deadline typically. You can just animate until you feel like stopping. It's really up to you. And that means you can keep going and going and going. So, how do you choose what to do next? Well, one of the big things that's going to help with that, I'll start off with this because it is probably the most important one, is getting feedback from other people. Having other people look at the shot and asking them, what's missing? What should I do next? The feedback aspect of animation is huge. When you're working in the industry, ideally, and unless you're working in a very, very small studio, you're going to have people who are constantly looking at your work and guiding you in what to do next. Not saying exactly like, oh, you need to move the hand like a few pixels this way and, oh, adjust the shoulder here a little bit. It's not going to be super in-depth like that, but they're going to be going, okay, you need to add some extra overlap and stuff. You need to kind of do a jiggle pass on the character if they're a big muscular character and you need those muscles to move. Things like that. They're going to help you push you in that correct direction. And the same goes when you're working on your own shots. Having people look at your shot and ideally having a community of animators and other people who know what they're talking about will help. The reason for that is if you ask just kind of your parents, your brother, sister, your family who like animation but don't know anything about it, that advice is still really good. But at this point, you're looking for how to improve this specifically. And general notes can be helpful, but are not what you're looking for in this case. So, first thing, ask for feedback. That's always good regardless. If you're in animation school, ask for feedback. If you're not, ask for feedback. Always ask for feedback. Get a community of people to always be able to bounce ideas off of. And give feedback to other people too. That's always a good way to learn and get better. So, depending on the stage of animation that you're in, there's basically just a bunch of different things you can do. So, for example, let's say you've got all the basic body mechanics in place, you're ready to kind of start polishing things up. Well, you can do a quick pass on, this is something I like to do in my shots, a quick pass on making sure that things feel connected. So let me actually bring in a shot that I was working on stream here. And then I'll share my screen once I get this open. Okay. So this was the last shot we were working on stream. Where are you? There we go. So let's share that. So this was just a demo. I was testing out the Apollo rig, and I just wanted to do a quick test to see how he worked and how appealing he could be. So this was a quick test we did. I never got to finish it, unfortunately. But part of the polish process that I was using for this was trying to connect things together. So, for example, as he shifts his weight over, if you watch the hips and kind of the line of his pants right there, trying to get that to feel like as he shifts his weight, you really feel the weight connected in both legs. The hips and the legs are all shifting together. It's very easy. Let's find an older version of this. This first pass splines. This should be pretty bad. Okay, not terrible. Like if you watch the hips right here, as he starts moving, they just kind of rotate on their own, and then as he tips sideways right here, it's very slight, but they're not connected. They're just kind of moving on their own as the legs are doing their own thing. It's not really okay. Here, this should show a little bit better. I think this is an even earlier version. Yeah, ooh. So we didn't even get to the face there. Yeah, so his wave is doing a little bit more like this versus a normal wave, which still needs a little work. I'm not happy with it's kind of a little too wobbly. It's just like he's doing this versus waving. Needs a little bit more refining. But okay, let's look at those hips again. Now, this goes through the whole body, but I'm using the hips here as an example because it's very specific to this shot, and it's something I look for in almost all my shots. If we look at the hips here, and look at the way kind of their spacing works and how they move in relationship to the legs, there's not really connected. As it drops here, there's no feeling that that drop is affecting the hips and affecting the weight of the character. So, in my polish pass, right here, we feel that little hit right there. Yeah, it's very slight, but there's this kind of whoop, where the hip, let's draw this in, is kind of at this angle. And as he puts his weight into this leg, we get that little drop right in there. And then as he drops lower onto that, it goes even more. This side drops even more. So we're connecting the hip with the motion of the legs. That goes into the spine. How is the spine going to react to the hip moving like this? You start connecting all those little bits in there. Same thing with the shoulders and the breath. So doing a breath pass throughout your shot. As the character is standing there, they should breathe. As they breathe, that affects not just the chest, but the shoulders, the neck, the head. We get that exhale. When he exhales, that's going to compress the chest. So we're looking for all of these little things that we can add in that add this connectivity and this polish to it. Now, again, this all depends on what stage you're at. This is kind of like final polish. When you get to the face, is connecting everything together so that as he's moving his mouth, we feel that in the cheeks. We feel that in the eyes. When you smile, a smile isn't just the mouth. A true smile goes right into the eyes. You get the squint in the eyes, even the corners of your eyes get pushed up just a little bit. Your brows will get affected. Making sure all the arcs work. Even in the face, there's arcs in the corners of your mouth. There's arcs in the inner section of your brows. You're going to have all of those. So going through and really trying to add all of that in is adding that interconnectivity. I usually call this the sympathetic motion. How everything is connected in one way or another and shouldn't feel independent. So that's one of the things I'm not a fan of with the wave here, is that the wrist feels independent from the arm, I want a little bit extra motion in there as he kind of does this. You can see as I wave how that's moving right in there. I'd want just a little bit more so that it doesn't feel robotic and it's just like this hand on a stick. So that would be kind of the big thing, is going through and making sure all of that works. Looking at the hands. When hands open and close, they don't do this typically. Usually there's an offset. So looking at your shooting reference, looking at your reference, really paying attention to those small details. And the more you get in there, the cooler it'll look. And you could just keep going and going and going. See, what's the best way to start with animation? I heard about the bouncing ball, but what would I do after I finish that? So, if you're just starting out with animation, you kind of want to try it on your own, I would recommend going through this list of exercises. This is from Animator Island, a great animation blog. But these are 51 animation exercises that you can use to practice animation. So let's actually show it here. So you start with level 1. Well, a bouncing ball bouncing in place. So that's just up and down in a loop. Then you could do a ball bouncing across the screen. Then you go to a brick falling from a shelf. So just animating a polygon cube. Or if you're doing it 2D, just drawing a brick. Now, before we even get even further than this, I will say you can make these more complicated. So a ball bouncing across the screen, don't just do it once. Do it until you understand it. And once you understand a ball bouncing across the screen, try doing a ball bouncing and bouncing against a wall. Okay, then do a ball bounce and it bounces against another ball. Do a heavy ball, a light ball. Do a ball bouncing down the stairs. This might seem excessive, but a ball bounce, honestly, is one of the most important animations you're ever going to learn and understand in animation. The mechanics that you learn in a ball bounce apply to any shot, and anyone who's been in my classes and who's heard me critiquing their animations will know it's one of the first things I always comment on. Everything's a bouncing ball, and they're tired of me saying it, I'm sure. Everything is a bouncing ball. The bouncing ball mechanics and the concepts that you learn about a bouncing ball apply to almost every single shot. So learn it. Again, brick falling from a shelf. What if it falls from a short height, from a tall height? What if it falls and hits another shelf on its way down? Try these multiple times. Then simple character head turn. Again, don't be complex about this. Honestly, it could just be a cube that's just turning. Like, don't do a full character with eyes, especially if you're doing 3D. A character that's just a basic ball of a head or a cube, just animate that and make it look appealing. If you can make the basic motion feel appealing, who cares about the face? If the basic motion feels good, it's gonna feel good. So you go through all of these. Now, some of these you might not be able to, like character blinking. Well, maybe you don't have a character with eyes, but you can just skip that for now. So I would try going through this, and for each one, really try to understand each one and try to really understand what makes it feel good, what doesn't. It's not just a checklist of, oh, do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay, I'm done. I'm an animator now. You need to understand the reasoning behind each one. So it's a lot of studying. If you're going to an animation school, this is what's nice is they give you the curriculum to help really understand what you're studying. But if you're doing it alone, for example, character blinking, okay, do some searching on YouTube. Look for animating a character blink. There's a bunch of great resources on there on how to create a good organic blink and all the little details that go into that. So you're learning each step of the way. So I would start with that. And if you have other questions on any of that, definitely let me know. And Pixel Urge, hello, how's it going? Let's see, how to get a small box that 3ds Max has in the viewport in my viewport. Oh, I think I know that little corner box right there. I think I always turn this off in Maya. I'm not a fan of it. It's just not for my workflow. I believe it's in Where is it? It's somewhere in the settings here. I never use it though. It is not under cameras, is it? No. It's like the view cube or something like that. Manipulators? No, I don't think it would be under here. Should it be under display or one of these, I would assume. I wonder if they actually took it out. I know it was in older versions of Maya, but then I actually haven't seen it in a while. I kept thinking that it was just me turning it off, or like it just kept it turned off, but now that I think about it, they might have actually removed it. So what I would do is just do a Google search, and let me actually do that right now. So oops, let's do Maya View Cube. Okay. Let's see. Okay, there's a video here. I was hoping to just have some quick steps, but let's see. Okay, it's under display. There we go. So they changed it. So display, heads up display. Would it be under here? Oh wait. Yeah, heads up display. And then view. Make that video a little bit bigger. View cube. Oh wait, that's Maya. That's an older version of Maya. Let's see. Okay, so you have to enable it in the preferences. They actually disabled it. So I would just do a Google search. Just, well, here, I can just give you the link here. Check out that video. That'll show you how to turn it on. So again, I don't personally use it, but I know a lot of people who actually like the View Cube, so definitely check that out. And for anyone who doesn't know, it's basically a little cube that quickly allows you to change like your perspective view to a front view, to a side view, to like different angles very quickly. Let's see. I'll eat it a few times, then the ball with character and 3 weights. I should probably go back and do it again. Yeah, the ball bounces are super... They add so much. I'll even do bouncing ball tests just quickly every once in a while, just for the fun of it. It only takes a few minutes, so it doesn't take too long. Now I'm doing a pick up heavy object and wondering if I should go back. But I mean, I've done a lot of character walking. Yeah, so pick up heavy object, a lot of that's going to be the bouncing ball, kind of the heavy ball mechanics, and really getting those into place. And this goes to animating a heavy character. So if you're animating a giant creature, understanding what makes a light ball feel like a light ball versus a heavy ball when it bounces and feel like a bowling ball or a big iron cannonball, something like that, that can be extremely helpful in making a heavy creature feel heavy because it's just the same mechanics, just slightly tweaked. Let's see. Hey, Tiki, bonjour. And I just remembered someone posted the emote, so I need to take a sip. Let's see. See, it happens a lot to me when a fresher artist asks something like this, which we never use on production. Yeah, so this is actually something I love about these streams. I learned a lot because people will ask me a question, and sometimes I don't know the answer, and then, oh, that's really cool. Now I know. I never would have thought of it myself because I might not use that feature, or I never really thought of doing anything differently. One of the big ones for me, not recently, it was a while back now, was switching cameras. I would always, in order to switch a camera, I would always go to panel, perspective, choose the perspective camera, or panels, orthographic, choose these. So for example, let's say I want to create a shot camera. I would create a camera right here, camera, and then here, panels, perspective, choose the new camera. That's the way I've always done it. And then during a stream, someone just mentioned, oh, you can just right click on the camera icon right there and choose your cameras. Like, that's so much easier. That's really cool. I never knew about that. So nice. What things, controls, functionality do you really enjoy seeing in a good facial rig? Ooh. For me, it's having the finesse, so being able to control without having a ton of controls, being able to control all the different elements of the eyes and face. So not just having kind of a global mouth control, but having little tiny controls along the lips so I can shape them. Same thing with the brows. Being able to translate those controls in and out, side to side. Being able to rotate the controls. So take the eyelid control and just rotate the entire eyelid. Take the brow, rotate the entire brow. Global mouth controls that allow you to move the mouth kind of all the way, side to side, up and down. That's really nice. Basically what I would, if you're interested in facial animation, a good facial rig to look at and kind of use as inspiration is the Apollo and Artemis rigs. They are fantastic high definition rigs. Like they're paid. I think it's $35 for both rigs. So it's not super cheap, but they're worth the price. Those rigs are better than a lot of production rigs I've used. They are fantastic. If you're interested in facial animation, and that's the rig right here, this is a good one to get inspiration from. They do a lot of things really well here on this rig. So I would check that one out. But it's really a lot of giving the animator the control that they want without getting too automatic. There's a lot of rigs that will like do things automatically where you move the corner of the mouth and it already distorts everything on the face. It's fantastic and really cool in a lot of ways. But if you don't have the ability to turn that on or off or dial it in, that can be very annoying for an animator, because sometimes we want to get a very specific effect, especially with the eyes. And if the eyes are always kind of affecting the eyelids and everything's kind of always moving, it just means we have to counter animate all of that. So it's not that we don't want that, it's that there should be a way to dial it in and out depending on the moment. I thought heavy characters just meant less TY. In a way, but if you actually look at heavy creatures, I would recommend Pacific Rim if you haven't seen that film. Great study material for heavy creatures. They actually move a lot in TY. It's just the way they handle the ups and downs. There's a lot of weight that has to take a lot of time to come back up, and then moves fast, gets that really big hang time, and then crashes back down. So it's oftentimes not the amount of TY, but how they transition in the TY. Quite funny, you're making a skateboard. I made a scorpion fall animation with a skateboard these past 3 weeks. It's a lot of fun, but parenting 2 rigs gave me a lot of struggle. Oh yeah, parenting rigs together is, it's an interesting thing. I'll say that. It's actually something I've been wanting to demo on stream for a while. I did a quick demo of it once, just a concept demo, but I actually want to animate a shot where we might have like a character giving the other a piggyback ride, or like they're dancing and one picks up the other, something where there's a lot of physical interaction and they're like leaning against each other, things like that. Just to show how I would approach that, because there's a lot of, when you're dealing with 2 rigs that have to move in tandem with each other and not clip through each other or wiggle around as they're like contacting, they have to feel like they're really pressed together. It's definitely a challenge. And what am I working on? Right now, this is just a quick skateboard prop for a small project I'm working on. Honestly, I'm kind of going a little overboard with the truck here, the axle part of it. But I figured, it might be worth demoing to people and show a few different tools that I use that might make things a little easier. Let's see. Oh, that's awesome that you're working on a detailed facial rig. Facial rigs are tough. I will say that. A good facial rig is something all animators appreciate. It just makes our lives so much better. Let's see. Just catching up with the chat there. I've got a weird visual glitch that made the leg move way off for most of my keys, and I need to go back to the start and frame by frame to fix it. That you've probably tried this already, but have you looked at the switching from parallel to DG evaluation in Maya? So, for anyone who doesn't know, if ever you're starting to get weird visual glitches in Maya when you're animating where certain things aren't moving, sometimes you see this in the face where you're going to scrub through and the facial poses aren't matching what you did before, or sometimes controls will be left behind or geometry gets left behind. Open up your settings preferences, go to animation, and switch your evaluation mode from parallel to DG. Parallel is the new evaluation mode in Maya. It runs much faster in most cases. But for some reason, a lot of rigs have an issue with parallel that, okay, you were already in DG. Oh, dang it. So for anyone else who might be encountering this, parallel is the new mode, but there is sometimes a bug where rigs don't evaluate correctly anymore, and it causes things to not move on when you're scrubbing through properly or when you're dragging certain controls. So you can switch to DG, which is the older method. It's a little slower, honestly not too bad in most cases, and it should typically solve the issue. Another thing you can try, I doubt this is going to make a difference, is you can switch your display rendering engine from OpenGL, which is the typical, to DirectX, if it has that. That usually fixes the different glitches, though. The last thing you could try is under Renderer Viewport 2.0, open that up, and you could try checking GPU instancing right there. And I believe, was there something else in here that you could turn on? That might help. So, yeah. Hopefully that makes a difference. So, just looking through the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, yeah. I was checking the animation quite hard. It's definitely a pain when things like that happen, especially when you don't know why it's happening and it just happens randomly. It's very annoying. So, just to explain what I'm doing here. One thing I want to do is I want to make sure the axle length is the right size. I'm using some reference for the truck here, the lower part of the skateboard, but I'm not sure if it's actually the right size to the actual ratio. This is different from this reference I used for the skateboard and the wheel. So what I'm doing here is I know the actual length. Oops, don't need that anymore. I know the actual length of the truck, or in this case, the axle, the actual bar that goes and connects the wheels right here. So the truck itself is about 180 millimeters, so 18 centimeters, and the axle is 10 inches, which is 25.4 centimeters, I believe. So if I know the length of the axle here, I can just take my geometry and set that to be the correct size. So my height here in the inputs for this cylinder, let's zoom in, if I set this to 1, that is going to be, let's actually move this here so we can see the grid. You can see that is now a 1 unit measurement in Maya. What does that mean? In Maya, by default, each unit of measurement, each grid here is 1 centimeter. So if I set this to 25.4, that should be the length of my axle right there. So automatically I can see that this is a little small in my reference. Now, don't trust just your sizes here. Look at your reference. So for example, if I had my axle this wide, that means that the wheels are going to have to be way out here. That's not right. Of all the references I've seen, I haven't seen any where the wheel is sticking out that far. Again, this is where also having a skateboard in real life and actually being able to look at it is going to be very useful. But just going through your reference here and taking a look. How far do the wheels go out? If you don't have any good reference here, find some. So, for example, here, I can see that the wheels go out, it looks like just a little bit past the board. Even here, it's like just a little bit past the outer edge of the board. Okay. Even here, like the axle lines up just at the edge of that board. Just a little bit past the outer edge. Okay. That's too long. That's going to be weird. So let's bring it back in. Don't just blindly trust numbers. Numbers are great. Numbers give you a place to start in your shot, but they are not the be all end all. What we want is it to look good. And especially when we're using multiple references from multiple different pieces, things aren't going to line up. So just be active in your kind of processing of this. Don't trust it blindly. See, Tektraconis, if it's okay, can I show you the animation? I'm always hesitant to ask for feedback. Oh, definitely. I'll just try to get a little bit done on here, and then we can take a little bit of a break, and I'd be happy to take a look at your shot. I just want to kind of get the form of at least the I forget the name of it. This is also where studying helps. You've got all of these things. The base plate. I just want to get the base plate in there so we can kind of get the proportions along with this axle. So we've got the axle in place. That seems like it's kind of the right size. We'll see. Kind of seems a little small there because the wheel should slide onto it, so might need to be thicker like that. We'll see. I can always readjust things later. Right now I'm just getting the positioning of things. Okay, let's look at the base plate. So the base plate is just going to be, at least to start with, a basic cube. And I'm just going to scale it up. Whoop. Scale it down. There we go. We've got about that size right there. Right there. But we need it to actually be the correct length here along the board too. Well, I don't really have any good measurements for this. I've been looking at reference and they're all kind of different. Like some are a little shorter, some are a little longer. There's no like universal size for this that I could find. But what I do have in my reference, if I turn on my other image planes here, I've got my top reference. Oops, let's bring that back in. Oop. And look at that. We have the size of where the holes should be on the board, which means that I can just go whoop, make that a little bit bigger. And usually there's just a little bit of kind of padding on either side like that. There we go. I've got the size of my base plate right there. Now, is it perfect? No, I'm gonna have to make some adjustments. Right now, I'm just worried about getting the basic proportions and kind of, what would be the right word I'm looking for? The idea behind all of it. Okay, so the next thing with the base plate that I need to kind of, yeah, basic positioning, like scale, just getting it roughly in place so that I'm not getting all the fine details in. And then I find out that, oops, something is totally the wrong size, totally in the wrong position, the wrong angle, whatever. For example, here, the axle, like that's really tiny there. But I don't know the relationship between anything else, so I can't make a conscious choice yet that this is wrong, or maybe it's just the width of the wheel that's wrong. I doubt it from that because I really looked at some reference for this. So I'm assuming it's the axle width, but I'm not sure yet. So I need to double check. It could be that the wheel is too big. Maybe the wheel actually has to be smaller. So let's go through. So if we're talking about animation terms, this would be kind of considered the blocking for the shot. So the next thing here is that the base plate has this kind of V shape to it. So let's actually show this here. So that kind of bend in there. I want to just get the basic height of this, just so I again block the idea out. And yeah, looking at the axle there, definitely looks a little thicker, but we'll see how it all feels together. Okay, so I kind of see the approximate size right there on this image. It's this whole section right here. So that's going to be all the way down to there. So the way I'm going to work with this is I'm going to insert edge loops. So for anyone who's curious on how I'm kind of getting to those tools, if you just hold down Shift and right click, you can get to all of the tools, the modeling tools for your current selection. So for example, if I have an edge selected, these will give me all the edge modeling tools right here. If I have an object selected, this will give me all the object modeling tools, which is very nice instead of having to look through a list of all the tools that some are for edges, some are for vertices, some are for faces, some are for objects. Which one's which? This will just show you what you need. So insert edge loop, and I'm going to add 2 edge loops. Boop, like that. This makes sure that they are evenly spaced on this object. And with this, I can just use these to get the width of that base plate right there, that extra extension. Now with that, let's add 3 edge loops here. And I can use these. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Okay, I've got those in there. Now let's take the faces here. Actually, no. Let's undo this. Keep it simple. I'm going to just take this whole section here and I'm going to extrude it. So, boop, pull it out. Good. So, yeah, that's going to be much better. And then I can use this to start shaping it. So we've got an angle here. That's going to be angled slightly back. And then an angle here. Now, as we look at this, well, one side's slightly higher than the other. Great. But something I have to ask myself is, which way is the front? I'm not sure, honestly. So let's look at reference. Okay, so the big round neck here where you have that bearing go in, that faces into the center. Okay, so this part here is going to face into the center of the board. So that means the high side is there. And this would be the low side. Something like that. That's PureRef, yes. So for anyone who's curious about the program I'm using there, that's PureRef. Amazing program, highly recommended. You can just drag and drop images in there and organize them. So let me actually bring this up here. So I've just got all of my reference like right in here. I've got a reference for wheels. I can organize them, kind of drag them around. I've got one just for screws and the nuts they use. It's really nice to just throw things in here whenever I'm doing sculpting, modeling, things like that. Even animation sometimes. I'll put in my reference images in here so that I can quickly organize them and have them all in place instead of having them just in a folder, which kind of does the same thing. But when you've got just like a whole bunch of things of wheels and board, like in this case, all of these different elements, it's kind of hard to keep them organized because now there's a wheel image here and then a wheel image there and then a board, like they're all just everywhere. So PureRef is good and it's free, which is fantastic. Check it out. It's great. Yeah, it's a character inspiration board. You could use that for all sorts of things. Is that from Creative Shrimp? I'm not sure. Let's actually PureRef. Who makes PureRef? Yeah, so it's a great program. I love it. And it's free. I would highly recommend if you have it, like give a little money to it. It's just really good. I use this all the time. Let's see, make sure I catch up with the chat here. Could you show us your art? I don't have too much artwork. I do mostly animation. I don't really have a recent demo reel, honestly. A lot of the animations I've been doing lately aren't able to be released, and the ones I've been doing on stream are kind of more demos, less finished animations. But I can show... do I even have a collection of recent... They're all kind of strewn about in my my demos folder here. Let's see. This is one that I was doing a demo on for doing a complex prop animation. Let's see, I think it's, yeah, this one. So this was just how to deal with a complex prop as you're having a character do a complex motion. Basically, how can we get this to spin correctly and not have it explode as we're animating? Which, that was a fun challenge to do that. Let's see, what else? On a kind of similar note, this was an animation I did just to show how to do a constraint setup for something like this. Just how to deal with the pen moving through the fingers. What else have we done? It's all just spread out all over the place randomly. I know I've got one somewhere here. I really need to organize my files. They're all organized by demo, but not by actual final polish, which makes it a bit of a pain, honestly, now that I look at it. Oh, I know where I have one. Let's see. It is under projects. There we go. Nope, not there. Prep rows. There we go. So this was an animation I did just to demo how to animate a heavy creature. So we were just doing this walk cycle for a heavy creature. And this specifically was animated in a on twos, so it's kind of got this like stepped feeling. If you actually watch this, you can see how it doesn't move on every frame. And this I did for a very specific thing, which was I created a script, and this is a free script. If anyone wants to try it, do I have it here? Yeah, right there. There's the link to it. It's totally free. Feel free to download it. Which is basically, if ever you've wanted to do like a Spider-Verse style shot, which for anyone who's seen Spider-Verse, it's got this interesting visual style. The thing that it's doing is that it's animating a camera moving on ones, which means the camera moves every frame, while the animation moves on twos or threes, so every other frame or every 3 frames. Now the problem with that is that when you're playing the animation, so this is a simple demo here, this is what you normally get, which is as the background is moving, the object, because it's keyed every other frame, falls back and then has to catch up, and then falls back and catches up. So you get this stepped feeling, and it creates this vibration and this wiggle. So the script, which if anyone wants to try it out, feel free, takes that and fixes it. It fixes the screen spacing of the object. So now, as it goes through, you can see that the background changes, but the object stays in place. Goes forward, stays in place. Goes forward, stays in place. Yeah, it interpolates it. So it's cleaning that out, and you get this nice smooth effect, even though the cube is animated only on every 2 or 3 frames. And it works with a complex animation like this as well. So same thing here, you can feel on certain motions, like right in there, how it goes forward and then falls back, goes forward, falls back. It's shaking. And it tends to create this weird effect. You use that and then cleans it up. So if anyone's interested, feel free. So that's some of the work I've done recently, somewhat recently. Let's see. The Zelda shot, that one, the recordings of that are no longer on the channel. I want to re-upload those. It's just finding the time to do it. I'm hoping to do it during the winter break, honestly. I should have some free time, which means I should be able to upload a whole bunch of stuff. The name of the creature, that's Dozer. It's an animation mentor rig. Let's see. Thoughts on Blender? I love Blender. I don't use it because almost all the projects I work with require Maya. Maya tends to be the industry standard, so that's what I tend to use. But I do love Blender, especially for modeling. Modeling in Blender is so much fun, and the rendering, the Eevee and what's the other one called? I always forget. The rendering engines in Blender are just so good, so much fun to work with. I love it. Let's see. Am I thinking about creating a YouTube channel? I'm thinking about it, yeah. So right now I just upload everything to Twitch. Yeah, Cycles, that's what it is. Thank you. I upload everything to Twitch, which is nice because A, it's where the platform, everything's already in. But the problem with Twitch is the organization leaves a lot to be desired, especially when I'm trying to get a lot of different categories and demos organized. So instead, I think I'm going to be doing a YouTube channel. We'll see if it works out, where I can just post the replays from the stream, kind of edited down, cut down, so you just get the core of it, not the 3-hour long demo. And yeah, make good playlists and organize it properly. So we'll see. It'll just depend on my free time, if I can get some. Okay, so looking at the reference here, I've got the reference on the other screen. This side is where we have that big, I don't even, what's the term for it? This is where the terminology comes in. It's the bushing. Okay, the bushing. That large kind of piece right here. That's going to the inner edge of the skateboard. So this way. Or sorry, this way. Towards the inner edge. So that means that this side is a little shorter. Wait, did I get it backwards? I think I moved my camera and got it backwards by accident. So this is something always be aware of when you're 3D modeling. Be aware where your camera is. Normally I was modeling with the view on this side. I kind of always model it so far from this side. And I had rotated my camera over without realizing and then started changing things, which meant that I actually got this backwards. This should be higher here. This should be lower there. Like that. So something like so. So there we go. That gives us the main size of the base plate. And just for the sake of cleanliness, I'm going to take all of these vertices and snap them there, keep everything in line. Not that that makes a huge difference, but it's there. So we've got the main proportion of this. Let's see. Let's see. I watch older streams too, fully on 2 times the speed. Yes, 2 times speed. I know I get on so many tangents and derailings, but that 2 times speed makes it so much better. Even when I rewatch my own demos, it's like, yep, 2 times speed, and sometimes it's like, man, if 3 times existed, I'd be playing it on that. So much better. Okay, so at this point we need the hanger. Now for the hanger, this is going to be a complex piece of geometry. As we can see here, there's just a lot of different parts to it. But what we can do is we can break it down into simple shapes. And really it's, I would say there's 3 or 4 main forms to this. You have the axle. I'm not considering that part of the hanger. The hanger, I'm considering just the main kind of T shape here. So we've got a polygon cylinder. A cylinder right in here. That's the main body of the hanger. Right there, right there. We have a secondary polygon cylinder right here. This is holding the bushing in place. Right there. We have a third polygon cylinder that goes down into here. Thus 3 polygon cylinders that are all kind of working together, all connected. We then have this T shape, or this kind of wedge shape that connects the main kind of axle cylinder to the one that's down into this smaller plate here. So there's 4 main shapes, 3 cylinders and this kind of triangular plate. So that's what I'm going to do for this first pass. I'm just going to focus on the main forms. This way I can get the proportions correct without worrying too much about modeling all of this and trying to connect them all together. Sometimes I watch your streams when I'm anxious. They calm me down. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that they can be Bob Rossian. For me, I love listening to Bob Ross whenever I just I feel a little stressed and he needs someone to listen to. Bob Ross is my go-to. He's so much fun. So calm. And I love the little mistakes, and it's just so calm and so happy, and everything's okay, and nothing bad can happen. It's so nice. I really enjoy it. Let's see. Hey, you're downloading some of the very important streams? Yeah, go ahead. Definitely. Feel free. If it makes it easier to find and rewatch, go ahead. Looks like you missed it, but just wanted to let you know that I got the job. Oh, yay! I did miss that. Yes, thank you for posting that again. And also, congrats! That's huge! That is so awesome. You definitely deserve it. Your work is really good. You do some fantastic animations. That is so awesome. Congrats. You're my Bob Ross. I'm getting the hair for it. Getting long enough now. I just need the beard. But this is the only beard I can grow. It doesn't grow up here. I can't. My dreams of Bob Rosshood is never gonna happen, unfortunately. Curse the beard. Yeah, happy little accidents. I love Bob Ross. So calming to listen to. Bob's like Master Oogway. Just gotta get that little hunch in there. Now I want to watch Kung Fu Panda again. Such a good show. I should mention something here. When you're dealing with scaling objects like this, let's say you want this cylinder. I need it to match the dimensions of this hanger right here. Now, in Maya, if I'm trying to scale this, let's get this view a little bit bigger here. It is a good trilogy. I love it. It's so good. The second film is such a masterpiece in cinematography. That final fight, oh, so good. I'm getting distracted. If I want to scale this to the right size, it can kind of be frustrating to, for example, scale it. Okay, I need that width to be about that wide. Okay, now let's scale it down. Okay, everything scaled down. Okay, bring it back out. That can be very tiring to constantly be scaling in all of these directions. If you're in the 3D view here, you can actually use these small planes to scale in just 2 axes at the same time. With this, I use these a lot with the translate tool, moving things. Scale, I almost never use these with. Instead, if you hold down the control key and then click an axis, so let's take the Y axis here, hold down control and scale, you'll notice that it's only scaling the 2 other axes. By holding down control, it's taking out the axis that you have selected. So what that means is I can just get this to the length I need right there, hold down control, and then get it down to the width I need. Just like that. Very quick, very easy. Let's see. I just want to make sure that this is centered on the wheel. Okay. Same thing here. Center it there. There. Perfect. So, that's the main body of the hanger. Okay. Now, if I wanted to, I could start modeling a little bit. That's not the goal here yet. I can refine some of the shapes later. This is for sizes first. I can't read at the moment. All-nighters taking a toll on me. Oh no. All-nighters, they hurt. I feel your pain. Hopefully you can get some rest soon. Oh wait, did someone else get a job too? Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here. I'm getting into production on a Latin American CGI film. Oh, that's so cool. Dahlia and the Red Book. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. Yes, I'm gonna write that down and find it later. Dahlia and the Red Book. That sounds cool. And Johan, you got hired again too? Yay! And for a better company, and it pays double. Yes! See, like I know we had that talk. Yeah, was it just yesterday? You left, and for anyone who didn't know, I'm not going to repeat the whole thing, but there's times when you have to leave a job and you can feel really bad about it. You feel stressed that you weren't able to take a position, or you had to pass up a position, or you had to leave a position. And that kind of happens a lot of times. As long as you're professional about it, you should do what's best for you. It's your life. And in this case, Johan, kind of congrats, left a position and got an even better one. He did what was right for him. As animators, okay, I'm going full screen for this. This is a tangent, but it's an important one. As animators, we can be attached to a project. We can be really, how to put this? We can really want to work for a certain studio, a certain place, and we might feel like we have a commitment to that place. So, for example, if I'm working at a studio, they hired me, well, I'm gonna work here until I can't anymore, until they let me go. And it's a decent trait to have. But keep in mind that a studio is a business. And I don't mean this to sound mean. It's just the basic truth of it is that a business is a business and they don't really care about you. Now, this doesn't mean that they don't treat you well and that they're not going to be a fun place to work and all of that. But they hired you to do work for them, and you are being paid by them to do the work. That's what it boils down to. If you feel that you're not getting paid enough, that you might be able to get paid better somewhere else, that you have better opportunities somewhere else, you are not stuck to one studio. As long as you don't kind of just drop them and go, hey, bye, you're expecting me to work here for another year? Haha, suckers, I'm out. No, as long as you're not doing that, you're respectful, you let them know, you give them an advance so they can find a replacement, you're professional about it. You are not beholden to any studio or business. It's your life and your career. You do what's best for you. Just like the studio will do what's best for them, which is why you have a lot of studios that suddenly let go of a bunch of animators at the end of a production, because business-wise, it's not good for them to hold on to a whole bunch of animators and not give them something to do. If they're just sitting around taking up space, that's a waste of money on the studio's side. Bad management. So they let go of animators, which sucks for us, but it's the correct business choice in a lot of cases. As animators, we have that same right to do that. If we have a better business choice to do, we are allowed to do that. We do not have to be stuck to a studio and like, this is the place that we're going to plant our flag and the hill we're going to die on. No. Do what's best for you. If you're not happy working at a studio, if you feel like you're not getting the most out of it, or that they're not treating you right, do what's best for you. So yeah, I'm so happy for you. That's so cool. Now let's get back a little tangent there, but it is an important one. Let's see. Watching Bo is time well spent. Thanks. And RNG, hello. How's it going? I found a song animation on YouTube about being lazy on animation. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that later. That sounds fun. Okay. I can't stress this enough. I wouldn't have gotten this job if it wasn't. Oh, there you go. It wasn't for your streams. Oh, you were really skilled, honestly. Like, I might have helped a little bit, but it's all down to you and your commitment. This is something that, as much as I help, a lot of the, if I help in any way, a lot of it really boils down to you, all of you. You guys are the ones putting in the hours, putting in the time, putting in the commitment. It's one of those things where animation is hard, and anyone who achieves it, it is a big pat on the back for you. You did a lot of the work. So yeah, give yourself a pat on the back too. You deserve it, and your work is amazing. I love your work. Don't avoid tangents, or Here. Oh, let's see. Don't avoid tangents here. They are good here. Avoid and poses. Yes, exactly. I'm terrible at hitting tangents in my dialogue. I am so easily like distracted and brought onto a whole other topic. Is it possible that in the near future there will be an AI tool that will replace animators? No. No. Animators I doubt will ever be replaced. Now, there will be tools, of course, that will make certain things easier to animate, and kind of like how motion capture gives us a new tool that we can use to improve an animation. There's going to be AI tools that will help us take some of the mundane stuff out of it. So maybe there's going to be a tool where we can just go, I want a walk cycle, boop, and it kind of does all the physics for a walk cycle for us, and then we can take that and tweak it. Something like that could maybe happen. There's going to be tools that give us ways to block things out a little faster, but I think there's always going to be a place for animators, because a lot of it comes down to creativity and fine-tuning for that one specific angle and frame and moment, which maybe an AI could do, but an animator can do easier. For the mechanical side of it, I definitely think there's going to be tools that help us make our work easier, faster. That's going to happen. Let's see. I'm glad I was able to make a little difference. It makes me happy. And I'm so glad you got a position. And that was for a game studio, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, because you were doing run cycles and stuff. That is so cool. No, wait, sorry, not a game studio, because you're working on Dahlia and the Red Book, the film. Okay, yeah, you were interested on a game. That's what it was. Okay. So that is so cool. I'm so happy. So before I get too distracted, I'm just going to be working on that triangular shape. So I'm just going to use a simple polygon cube, get it to the size I want here. Going to go about that height right there. And in terms of the positioning, it's basically this triangular wedge that goes from the front edge here, so right around there. Let's kind of line that up there, and then goes in at an angle to line up right along this section right here. Now, the thing with this is already I'm seeing that it's not lining up. The angle for this, let's actually look at this here and kind of line this up how it should look. So we're looking at this shape right there. It's angled in. Let's actually flip it upside down so we match the view right there. Let's hide this wheel. Don't need to see it. Okay. So, matching our view here. We've got this, which I can definitely see that this is too steep an angle here. This has to line up and create this nice kind of, I guess you could say it's not a straight line, but it kind of follows the same angle the whole way. Which means that, let's make that a little bit straighter. I just need to take this and do that. Kind of line that up, and that gives us our main angle here, right in there. Now, ideally, what would be really nice is if I had a side reference for this, but unfortunately, I couldn't find a really good side reference. Do I need it? Not necessarily. As long as I pay attention to a lot of different references, I should be good. This also scales down. Luckily, from the front view, we can actually see how much it scales down right there. So I can just, scale it, and we get that. This should be our main form. Right there. So again, just thinking of basic forms here. Terra keeping me alive. Now, do I feel like this is far enough? Because keep in mind that our axle right here, I just kind of put it into position very roughly. I don't actually know where that axle should be. Should it be a little bit further back? Should it be centered right here over that divot? Well, let's take a look at our reference. Find out where that goes. So do I have any good side reference? Well, here. Look at that. The axle is pretty much lined up right in that small divot. Now, this would have been some good side reference here. The main problem is that it's a very vastly different style compared to the other references that I have. So I have it there, but it's not going to be my go-to. But look at that. That's important. I think maybe, yeah, we can even see it a little bit here. That should be pretty much the center, which makes sense. It's going to be structurally the most balanced there. So let's do that. Let's center it right there. At least approximately. Maybe a little bit more forward. Which means that this changes that whole angle. Whoop. Right there. I can even push this just a little bit more. Something like that. There we go. So, I know I'm repeating this, but this is why this kind of stage is important, the blocking out phase. If I had started modeling this and really going into the details too soon, I would have reached a point where I'm trying to work on this and things aren't lining up. I'm reaching a point where I have to remodel stuff over and over and over again just to make it work. That's not good. So I would much rather just take my time and get it right the first time. Okay, let's get the bushing in place. Now, the reason I want to get the bushing in place is that the bushing is pretty close to the same width as this plate right here. So if I get that, I can kind of get my main size for this next cylinder right here. I also need the cylinder that sticks into this piece here. So let's kind of get into that. Let's actually do the basic cylinder first. So boop, put that in place here. And then this is going to match this angle slightly. Put that in place. Let's get the size about right, so the length of it goes all the way up. Now I don't want it cutting too far deep into the board. And then let's just get that width in there. And what I'm looking for is, looking at my reference again, we can see that there's a hole within this plate here. And then this other piece just sticks into that. So I want to look at the edge here, how much space goes from the edge to the hole, and then how much space goes from the hole to the part that it's sitting into it. So I imagine there's going to be an edge here, and then I need another gap there. This is not going to be perfect. I'm not looking for precision just yet. We're just getting it roughly in place. So we get that. Then it's kind of centered on this. Right around there. It is complex geometry, and it's one of those things that it's going to look bad for a while, but then we can kind of merge this all together and make some really cool geometry that's going to be very flowing fairly easily. As long as we work on getting the base here first. I'm making a castle, but I only have the final concept. I'm having difficulty with the proportions. So if you have the final concept, kind of the like the final art for it, the big thing is going to be just simplifying it down to basic shapes. So let's see. Now let me ask you this. Is it a cartoony castle or a more realistic castle? So let's see. Actually, let's go Castle Grayskull. Just because. So this is kind of a cartoony castle design. So Castle Grayskull is an old 90s toy or 80s toy. And let's just find some artwork for there. There we go. So let's say you have to do a model of a castle like this. So it's a little bit more cartoony, less realistic, but it's kind of a mixture. The thing I would do is look at the simple forms, and let's get Epic Pen here. So for anyone who doesn't know Epic Pen, I don't know if I have a link for it. It's a free tool that you can use to draw over your screen. It's very nice for like demoing things. So if we look at the basic forms, it's really a cylinder here with kind of another cylinder there. You could extrude that very easily. We've got a polygon cube right here. Another one right there. And you're just... Oh, there you go. Thank you so much, Lucas, for posting that. You're just going through and finding these simple shapes. So for example, this is a polygon cube right here. Right there. Another polygon cube right here. Everything can be simplified down. Polygon cube with a little taper. Another polygon cube. You could even call it a polygon cube with just a very steep taper, making it triangular right there. This is a cone, a rounded cone right there. Another rounded cone right here. So you break these down into these simple shapes. This battlement here is really a polygon cylinder, or you could say a polygon pipe. So it's a ring. And then you put polygon cubes around it like this. That's it. It's not much more complex than that. So you take all of that and you break it down, and you do what I'm kind of doing here. You make a block out of it. Honestly, the only thing that would be complicated in here is the actual skull design, because it's kind of a little bit more organic. But everything else can be boiled down to these basic concepts. Now let's actually take a look at the one you're trying to do here. So this is the castle. Ooh, nice. That's a cool castle. It kind of it has a Lapita vibe to it. I like it. So same thing. If we're trying to model the base ground here, simplify it into forms. We've got a polygon cube right here. Right there. Another polygon cube right here with a smaller one on top. Polygon cube right there. It's all cubes that you can start with slight extrusions. So this whole thing can be just made with a whole bunch of polygon cubes that are kind of pushed together. The base buildings, basically the same thing. Polygon cube with a triangular extrusion on the top. So, for example, I would just need... Actually, you don't even need an extrusion. Let's do it in here. So, create a polygon cube, like that. And all I would need to do is insert an edge loop. I'm going to just add one. Boop. Edge loop. And take that edge. Boop. There we go. That's that basic shape right there. Done. So it's just kind of getting these simple forms. Once you have those, you can add more detail. You can add the windows, you can add the little structures, the bricks to it. But if you take the basic forms first, it's just a matter of building off of it. All of these rings, that's a polygon pipe. So if you're in Maya, for example, I'm sure Blender has a similar thing. If I go to create polygon pipe, make that a little bit bigger, I can use this to create those rings. So like that, take another one, scale it down like that. There we go. We've got those rings in place. So it looks like there's spheres in the middle. So I could just take a sphere. They're not quite centered. So something like that and like that. So my little house with this fantastic mythical spheres on top. But this is really it. You just keep building it up. And as long as you have those basic forms, you can quickly create a block out that you can then refine, which is what I'm going to be doing here. And it really depends on the final product, how you're going to refine it. In this case, because it's so geometrical, you can just keep a bunch of pieces all butted up against each other, and don't worry about making them one unique piece. For me, the main difference is that this piece is, I don't want to say organic in nature, but it's like everything's tapering and smooth and connected. It's not separate pieces that kind of just a building sitting on a rock kind of thing. So I need these to be fused, and I'll need to rework these a little bit more. But the same concept applies. So for example, I need to figure out where the bushing is for this. So I'm going to angle this. Now the bushing is about the same size as the plate here, the base plate. So it's about that. And then it's like right around here. Okay. So we've got our bushing in place. Now this is actually looking too wide. And I think the reason for that is this edge might just be a little too far forward, which is bringing it too close to the center here. I'm just going to bring it back a little bit. Maybe make it just a tiny bit smaller. Now, with the bushing, there's a washer of some sort that kind of holds it in place. So I'm just going to duplicate this. Now, this is definitely wider than the plate on the top. Now, let's take that. And I should have done this earlier. I don't usually like working with cylinders that have caps on them. In this case, I'm just going to work with it. So this is going to sit right there. And the top half is going to be a little bit tapered. So I can just take this edge right here. Yep. Or sorry, no, it goes the other way. So this edge, again, reference is important, tapers in. We get something like this. Just slightly bigger. Now, is this going to be my final product? No. But it gets me close. Now, the bushing, there is another piece right up here. A little shorter, and it tapers at the top. Now this, let's actually see what it's called. This would be the cone bushing. Okay, so now we're doing the cone bushing, which is going to be slightly tapered and sits up top here. It's the same width, just a little shorter and with a taper. So something like that. Okay. We then have another part here that goes over top. I'm just gonna copy this. This is probably too thick, actually. Be thinner. There we go. So this sits on top. Scale that in just a little bit more. Scale that in just a little bit. And start thinking, how does this all work together? Now, one thing I'm noticing as I'm putting this together is that all of this lines up where the bolt right here at the top is just ever so slightly higher than the actual hanger right there. You can actually see it right here in the reference. That nut right there is just peeking over top. That's our maximum height that we're going to go here. I can actually use this because it's actually in the reference here as my kind of final point. So let's actually take one more cylinder right there. And this is, I believe it's 6-sided. So I'm actually going to simplify this down just so we can see it a little bit more clearly as the nut. And let's get our rotations to match. Okay. So this is going to be, make sure it's centered. That's going to help. This is going to be right here. And to make sure that it stays lined up, I can actually snap my pivot point right there. And now when I scale it, it scales from the bottom down. This allows me to easily just put it into place here, get the size correct. About there. That's the highest point. Now I can scale it around. Maybe a little lower, right there. So there we go. That gives me my peak. So once I have the size of this, approximately, I can use that to line everything else up. Right there. So you can see it's starting to come together, kind of. We're starting to get this form in place with just basic geometry. And honestly, if we were doing this from a distance, if this shot didn't have to be really close and kind of rendered out super detailed, this could be more than enough to get a really good axle or truck on this thing. It'll look detailed enough. I would just need to like adjust this so it's not poking through, little tweaks. But that would be more than enough to get a solid base on this whole thing. Basically, I just need to make sure this is a little shorter. Sticking way too far through. So something like that, and then I'll need to make some adjustments on that. But we're getting there. Okay. What else are we missing? Well, there is another portion to this that it's the ring that holds all of that together. So this whole thing that goes in and then tapers into the center here. Now, to be fair, it's really just a cylinder shape that then tapers out to the other portions. So, well, let's start with a cylinder. It's going to be, it's not as tall as the bushing, so it's going to be a little bit thinner. Right around there. Not vertices, edges. The top is tapered out quite a ways. The bottom is wider than the bushing. Something like this. something like that. I think that my bushing is going to need to be a little higher here. Okay. Now, what I'm noticing here is that this whole thing, if I look at this, the top part here is actually flat. So this part here is going to be flat, the whole top. And that top lines up kind of center with the actual kind of main axle part. So how is that actually lining up here? If I take that line right there, well, actually I'm pretty close. Not bad. So what I can do here is I'm just going to take all the vertices on the top half here. Let's rotate it until flat-ish. It doesn't have to be perfect. Then move that back up. Right about there. Something like that. Make sure that the taper's back here. Something along these lines, which is actually good. Yeah, that should be good. So we've got that shape. And hey, Wacko, how's it going? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. And Soxy Creation. That's an awesome username. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Keep wanting to drop into people's streams and I never have time. It sucks. I want to jump into streams. They're so much fun. Hopefully the animation's going well. We're just doing some simple modeling at the moment, just trying to create a skateboard. And this nut is way too big. I almost feel like it feels too high. But I might just be getting nitpicky here. This edge shouldn't be as high as it is here. Okay, something more like that. That feels a little bit better. And then this feels like it could be just a little higher here. So a lot of this could also be that my base plate is not quite the right dimension. Let's see. So we're starting to get our basic forms in here. Now there is one more form that kind of needs to come in, which is going to be the connection between this to the rest of it. What I mean by that is it's kind of like this T-brace here. Let's actually just create a simple cube, bring it into place, and it is just going to line up. Snap all of this together. Boop. No. Snap in Y. There we go. It's going to line up here, and I just want to take the vertices here and scale them out. So something along these lines. Very basic, but it creates that connection between those two parts there. We've got that round shape here that is going to taper into there. I can add a little bit more detail to round it out, but this is basically what we're aiming for. Now, the other thing with this is that it actually is wider at the back. So I can take those vertices, just drag that down until it connects right here. Okay. So, we're starting to get it. It's super rough, But you can feel that that's actually close to the shape that we want, at least compared to where we started, where it was just this kind of non-shape. Now, one thing I'm also noticing here is this actually has to line up here into the back of the this axle part right in there. So let's actually line that up in there a little bit better. Something like that. And let's get this just a little higher. There we go. I wonder if this should be a little smaller too. Maybe just a little smaller. There we go. Get everything to kind of fit together a little bit more smoothly. So something along these lines. That nut is definitely too big. When I compare it to the reference, it's right now it feels bigger than the bushing here, the cone bushing, which is not right. That cone bushing should be a little bit bigger. So something. Let's go along these lines. Okay. So that feels about right. Let's kind of bring back our wheel. So something I'm looking at here before we bring in the wheel is the negative space. So if we look at, let's kind of look at this, the negative space right in here, the empty space. I'm trying to figure out if that is approximately right with what I'm seeing here. Mine feels a little tight. It feels like this is very, very tight in there. So I think I need to bring this out a little bit there. And then this is going to affect the shape just a little bit. There we go. And maybe it's this shape is too low on that side. A little thinner. Kind of open up that space right there, and maybe let's make that bushing just a little thinner. No. As much as I would like to make the bushing a little thinner, the main thing is I know the width of this base plate is good, and I know that this has to be a little bit wider than that base plate. So I've got those kind of constants in mind. Now, honestly, I could do whatever I want. There's not like I'm forced to follow these proportions, but I do want to keep it somewhat believable, so I don't want to go too far off and just make things up at this point. Okay. Now this is actually going to tie into this piece here a little bit as well. So I don't have to worry about that right now. I can worry about that later. This is going to be actually for a project. So this is actually going to be for a full render. So this is why I'm actually putting a little bit more effort into this. Normally for a lot of projects, I could just do a simple basic shape to kind of keep the wheels together. And if most of the shots we're going to see the board like this, it really doesn't matter. As long as you see the wheels, that's all that's important. for this shot, we're going to see the bottom. So I need to make sure that there's enough detail in here. Now, I'm kind of going a little overboard in lots of ways, but I figured it's going to be a good demo for people and might be something fun to kind of see how I would approach something that's kind of complex in style. And will you also do the materials? I might do some basic materials. I'll probably UV the thing so that whoever is actually going to do the materials can work with it. I might do a demo where I do some quick materials just to show how I would approach this. I'm not going to be doing the final materials for the skateboard though. So it'll be more just kind of demoing. I'm just looking back and forth between the two pieces. I think we've got it pretty much in place here. Let me double check. Make sure things are lining up here. Okay. So let's get the wheel in place here. Now, this is where things are going to be a little off. The wheel is not going to be right in this proper place. There we go. That's good. So what I mean by things are going to be a little off is that... There we go. That should be about right. The size of the axle here doesn't quite fit in the wheel. You can see it's definitely not right here. Now, is that correct? I actually think it might be. Because if we actually look at the diagram of how the wheels go, you've got this cone that goes in first, along with the bearings, which means that that's going to have to go across the axle, and hold it into place. So, I don't think it's a problem that we've got this size discrepancy here. Now, the reason I mention that is because I know that the wheel is the correct size. This is a 52 millimeter wheel, and this is exactly 52 millimeters right here. And since I used the reference, I know that that hole is the correct size. Which means that I would either have to scale up the entire truck, this whole piece here, which could possibly be correct, making this a little bit bigger, but I don't think so. I think this is the right size based on how it sits with the plate here. If I made it bigger, the plate would be too big. But I think I've got the proportions right. Again, if you actually had a skateboard, just look at the skateboard. If I had the ability, I would actually just buy a skateboard for this and study it in person. Unfortunately, there's no place that would sell that here, so I can't. Let's see, will you do the UVs on stream? I might. I might do those on Monday, depending on how far we get today. And will you make this high poly? Technically, this is already pretty high poly. I'll just smooth it out. So you're going to get this nice smooth shape there. So this is going to be the final version here, or close to. I might add a little bit more detailing on things to sharpen up certain corners. We'll see. Which that's really just adding an edge loop like right around here. Boop. And that's going to help sharpen that out. But we'll see how it feels. I don't want it to look too sharp. Okay. So we've got most of the pieces in right now. I'm gonna worry about the cone and the nut that go on the wheel later. That's gonna be simple enough. Really the big thing is going to be getting all of this kind of solidified now. And what I need is, let's see, get my reference back into place here. What I need at this point is to try and connect everything together and smooth it all out. So let's actually flip this so we're looking at it the right way again. Yeah, this is definitely too thick. Looking at my references, it feels much thinner than that. Which I wonder if this should taper. So what I mean by that is take these and just scale them in like this. Take all of this, taper that in. Yeah, I think that'll be cool. Even if it might not be perfectly accurate, it'll just look more interesting than just a perfect block. So we'll go with something like that. A little wider here. Okay. So we've got this. The base plate here is actually going to be pretty simple to get finalized. We just need to start smoothing it out. If I just smooth it out now, we're going to get this lump, which is not great. See, I almost feel like this could be lower here. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert an edge loop. Because I know I want this angle to stay pretty much where I have it. So I'll add an edge loop right there-ish. Right around here. And then what that means is I can take this and just lower it and make this just feel a little bit more of a dynamic shape. And what I mean by dynamic is just, it's not all one simple V shape. We're getting some slightly different angles in here. So something along these lines. Let's go with that. Okay. So, with this, I need to start smoothing this out. And there's a lot of different ways I could do this. Basically, what I need to do is just add more details. So, for example, when you smooth something, let me actually show this with a cube for anyone who hasn't seen this before. If you take an object and smooth it in Maya, just by hitting the 3 key, it's going to smooth everything evenly. And basically it determines that based on the amount of detail there is. Now, if I insert more detail, like that, it holds an edge a little bit more. If I hold it, add even more, we get this really sharp edge. So we can make something feel like, in this case, a bullet. If I add some more detail there, it's going to hold that edge a little bit more. So I can use that to start shaping my object and getting sharp corners versus soft corners in different areas. Let's see. And how long have I been working with 3D? I've been doing modeling as a hobby. I don't do it professionally. I do it more as a hobby. For what's it been now? A long time. 15 years, something like that. Longer? Shorter? It's been a while. And I've never done it really professionally. It's just for my own projects. I'm actually an animator. As a profession, I animate. So let's see. What do you think is more difficult, animation or modeling? I would. They're different. They're difficult in different ways. They both have their challenges and their kind of things that make them easy, things that make them hard. I would say modeling, depending on what you're doing, it just takes a little bit more, like, I don't know what the word would be. The ability to look at forms and understand forms and understand how different shapes will link up with each other and trying to get the topology correct. The hardest to me, the hardest part about modeling is creating all of these complex forms that will smooth properly and also have good topology for animators or riggers to use correctly. It's not that hard to make a simple form. That's actually honestly not super difficult. But to make something that actually works, that can be difficult. So for example here, I need to make sure that as I soften this, we're not getting all of this kind of just mush. I need to get a little bit more detail in there. I also need to add a hole into the face here. Actually, yeah, this one's going to be important. This one's got a big bushing on top of it. We actually don't have to worry about that. But this one, we're going to see the hole there. So I need to think about this. How am I going to put all of this together so that that geometry works? Now, one way I could do this is I could take all of the edges that need to be rounded and just bevel them. So for example, let's take all of this edge here, this edge here, make sure I don't miss any. That's going to be rounded out in there, so I don't worry too much about that. We've got all these edges. And then these ones here. Okay, do I have everything? I think so. Let's see. Maya will let me know if I didn't. I can just take all this and bevel it. So this gets me a little closer to the shape that I wanted. Let's see, how sharp should this be? Not too sharp. Let's actually go about there. I can even add a second segment in there if I wanted to really round that out. Something like that. Okay. So already this is starting to look a little bit smoother. Great. I still need to clean this up. Topology wise, it's okay, but it's not great. For example, here we have an n-gon. For anyone who doesn't know, an n-gon is any face that has more than 4 edges. So normally you want to have 3 or 4 edges to a face. Here there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. That's a quad. If it had 3, it would be a triangle. This is an n-gon. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 faces right there. That is not good. I want to simplify that. So we need to clean that up. The other thing we need to do is make sure that we don't have faces that are too much bigger than others. So for example, we've got a big face right here and a smaller face right there. Now you don't have to worry about the bevels quite so much, but the main face sizes you want to even out a little bit. So for example, I could add an edge loop right in here, and let's see what happens here. You'll notice, there we go, that cleans it up a little bit. Same thing here, like that. Now, why do we want to do that? It's basically because if you smooth things out, see this edge right here? If I select that edge, it's getting pulled by the softening, and we're losing detail on that edge compared to other edges here. If the face sizes are uneven, our smoothing becomes uneven, and we can't control it as easily. So by making sure that everything is approximately the same size, like that and like that, suddenly that edge doesn't get pulled as much. So now let's put one right in the middle here, and this one I'm going to actually use the multi-cut tool. The multi-cut tool just lets you do a straight cut. And oops, make sure I only select my vertices. What did I just cut? Okay, let's try that again. Multi-cut, interesting. Only wanting to cut on the bottom. Let's actually isolate this. So I'm noticing as I'm trying to cut it, isolate select right there, it's only cutting on the bottom, not cutting through the whole thing. So make sure I select the object. I want to cut through the whole object. Now part of that is probably because let's see. Oh wait, there's a question here. I'm trying to do some environment. I want to work with this in the future. It's a lot of fun. And I like environmental or just modeling in general. I don't do it for a profession, but I do enjoy it quite a bit. I don't remember at the moment, but there is a way to find engons in Maya. Yes. So that is actually under, I believe it's actually on the top menu, cleanup, there you can find search for engons. Yeah, so you can find it under, I believe there's optimized scene size, but also under, where's it? Yeah, right here, cleanup. And then you can find non-planar faces, that's good. You can find non-manifold, all sorts of things. So faces with more than 4 sides, let's try applying that, and you'll see that it'll try to fix that. I'm not a fan of that, mostly because it usually doesn't do a great job. Sometimes it will, though. Sometimes it actually surprises me. More often than not, it won't. So instead, I'll try to fix that myself. Let's actually fix that first, since our cut tool doesn't want to work here. So I need to retopologize this to get quads. Now there's a few different ways I could do this. For example, I add a cut right there. Well, now that's a quad. And then I would just need to clean up this right through here. Maybe add another line of geometry down here and all the way around. It really depends on how you want to do it. I could even, let's do something a little bit more complex here. Do something like that. And then cut that down along the length there. This is probably how I would do this. This creates an edge loop, but also keeps things nice and clean. So let's actually just do that. Redo that. Let's do the same thing on this side. So boop. Doot, 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 doot. I'm not gonna worry about cleanliness right now. So there. There. And then cut this along the bottom. All the way there. Do the same thing here really quick. There we go. This gets us everything quadded. Now, why did I do this so roughly? Well, for one, if I try to really clean this up right now, I'm going to be dealing with cleaning up all 4 corners. It's a pain. Instead, what I want to do is just have enough detail so that I can use my cut tool. And let's see, do I actually, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oops, I did not quad that properly. I forgot to add a cut here and here. And there we go. That's going to quad it. I knew I was forgetting something. Like this, that was too easy. There's no way that was too easy. There you go. That's quadded. I can count. So now I can use my multi-cut tool. Boop, right there. Cut right down the center, which I can then use to snap right to the grid. And let's actually make sure I select all my vertices for this. Oops. Whoop. And I'm going to snap them right into the center of the grid there. Make sure that as I'm doing that, I'm snapping in world mode so they actually snap together and line up perfectly, like so. And now I'm just going to take half of the object. Make sure I'm just selecting faces on that. Okay, like that and delete. What this makes is just half an object that's going to be much easier to clean up and fix than having to do all of the different pieces all at the same time. So what I want to do is I want to select all of this whole edge right here, and I want to line it up. I'm going to select the edge, then I'm just going to hold down, I believe it's Control, and convert that to vertices. So that takes my selection, converts it to vertices, and now I can just snap it, oop, so, and we get that nice and straight. Now, with it all cleaned up, I can just manually line it up to these edges and keep that spacing consistent. I could use a tool to do this, but at this point it's really not that much of a bother to do it manually here. And once again, I'm just trying to keep everything clean so that the spacing, when we smooth things out, doesn't get all weird and wonky. Still 2 5-point faces. Are there? Did I? Oh wait, 1, 2. Yeah, right here. That's a 5-point face right there. Thank you for pointing that out. I cannot count today, so that's gonna have to be fixed. Okay, let's line that up, and actually line that up with that. There we go. Okay, so I need to fix this face. There's a few different ways I could do that. I could just cut it across. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Cut it across here. Add a split. So what I'm, just to explain what I'm thinking of is I'm trying to think how best to do this so that I end up with the least amount of extra faces and detail that goes in there. I think I can just take this edge now, delete that. There we go. So now we've got a nice edge loop here, and everything should be quadded now, unless I'm still not able to count, which is a high possibility. Let's round that out there. There we go. So oftentimes it's just trying to think of the flow of the edge loops, see how you can improve them. So we get that. Now everything's quadded, and we shouldn't get any weird distortions in our model. There we go. Now one thing that's still happening is I'm getting too much distortion right here. It's pulling too much right there and right in the center here. So I might add an edge loop right there and right there, just to even things out a little bit more. It's not necessary, honestly. It adds a lot more detail. We'll see. No, no, I do want it because this corner is just looking too round. You can see how that sharpens that up there. Probably don't need it here though. Probably add a little bit more detail here, and that's going to sharpen that corner too. And then I do want this to be a little sharper. So I'm going to add a little detail right in there. Or actually, let's just bevel this edge. So just tighten that up right in there. And then let's insert an edge loop as well. There and there. And the reason I want to add it here is so that I can round this out just a little bit. So we're starting to shape that a little bit more. We make a little bit more of an interesting shape. Ooh, Nice, I'll have to look that up. I love hard surface modeling, especially in ZBrush. That's really fun for some reason. Let's see, how's this feeling? I think it's pretty good. This is pretty round for an object, so I don't want it to be too sharp, especially considering from a distance. If it's too sharp, we're going to feel like it's just, we're not going to see that roundness to it. This is a small piece seen from a distance. Okay, I think that's pretty good. At this point, I need to make the hole in the center here. So let's bring in our other pieces, and that hole is going to be right along there. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete these edges here and remake them to center these lines along that surface right there. Kind of even that out again. Okay, perfect. That should be just right. Okay. So let me mirror this over. And I need to make sure that's in Z right there. There we go. That should be nice and merged. And we need to make the hole. So the way I'm going to make the hole is the best way to do this. I honestly just need to select the edges here, extrude them. Now ideally this, I should be dealing with a square hole or a square shape here. So let's do that before I get too far. Let's delete these edges once again. Delete. So let me explain my thought process here. If you take a, let's take a cube here. And let's say I want to have a hole into the cube. What I can do is take that face, extrude it, for example, like so. Make sure I just take the one face, extrude that. Let's offset it in. And then I'm just going to create another offset there, extrude it in. So if I smooth it down, we get a hole right there. Like so. Even if I were to bevel these edges, let's say, to kind of keep it more square, we get that. So that's what I'm aiming for here. Now the important thing here is that it should be as square as possible. If it's not, you get an oval hole. So if I want this to look like a nice divot right into the center here, what I need is for equal spacing on all edges. Thank you, Tara. So I've got my width already right here. So if I just make sure to add a cut right about there, about the same difference as that, and then same thing here. Gonna sharpen that edge a little more than I want, but I think I can live with that. Doesn't make it too noticeable, honestly. I can now take this, extrude it in slightly, and I have an extra face selected. Always be careful that you don't select through an object by accident. That's never fun. I think, do I have another object face selected? Okay, good. Just the two. Okay. Offset that. and then push it in. And there we go. Now I'm going to have to shape it just a little bit. That's not a big deal. So to shape it, I'm just going to add another edge loop right in the center and just use that to round out that hole. And let's actually turn on symmetry. Round that out. And then round out the bottom too. See. Out like that. Bring that in. Same thing here. So just starting to shape this, get a little bit more of a proper round form in there. Do the top now. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is just take these and move them down. Axis. So this is, I need to move it down, but I don't want to slide it to the point where it's doing this. So I'm going to change my manipulator, and I'm going to set a custom axis and set it to an edge. I'm going to set it to this edge. And let's see if that actually worked for me. Didn't want to. Set to edge. Oh, why don't you want to work? Usually what that'll allow me to do is just set it to that angle there. We set to face. There we go. So now I can just slide it along there. If at first you don't succeed, just try a different one. Let's round that out, and then let's take these two vertices here. That one, no, this one and this one, and push that out. I can always just move the center bit here just a little lower. Center that in. Okay. Starting to look a little rounder. Let's actually hide that and make sure. Oh, that's definitely going to be a problem there if I don't adjust this. Okay. Now another thing that's going to help is if I actually get some detail in this. I'm going to take that and bevel it. And then same thing here. Oops. Okay. So take all of these, bevel, and then let's add some detail. I'll just add edge loop right in the middle, and that should be pretty good. Okay, not quite circular just yet. So let's see. Just a little bit rounder there. A little rounder on the bottom there. And then round that out just a bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, honestly. This is going to be such a small detail. Like, it's underneath of something that we're not going to see too much, but hey, it's there. So that's round enough. There we go. So that's our main kick plate. Thanks. If anyone's looking for this playlist here, you can actually find it on YouTube. Just look for SNES relaxing music. It's just a whole playlist of Super Nintendo music that's very relaxing. This is the typical music I like to listen to when I work because it's very soothing and there's no lyrics and it's music that's meant to be in the background. So I really enjoy that. Now, one thing I'm noticing is that this edge that I added right here is starting to over sharpen this corner right here, especially compared to that back corner there. So let's see if I can tweak that ever so slightly. Just bring that back a little bit there. You can see how that changes that softness of that edge. So now, how does that feel? Yeah, that feels more even. Perfect. Not affecting anything else, so I'm good. There we go. One thing I am noticing, just looking at my reference, is the bottom edge definitely feels sharper than the top edge right here. So I might just take my edges here and move them down. Let's see how that feels. I just tighten that up just a little bit there. Yeah, that feels a little better. There we go. So there's our base plate. Pretty much done. Now, there are other holes that go here for the bolts on this thing. I don't have to worry about that. I can just put the bolt right on top and no one's gonna notice. Now, one thing I am noticing is it feels a little thick, a little wide. So I might just take this and narrow it in just a little bit. Just like that. Yeah. There we go. Base plate done. Hee. So I wonder if it should still be a little sharper on the bottom. Add just an edge loop. Oh, no, that's gonna add an edge loop all the way around in the wrong direction. Add an edge loop. Yeah, so this is something I'm not a fan of, is the bottom faces here. It's just a grid. I would much rather have an edge loop in here. Do I really care about fixing this because no one's ever going to see it? Not really. So I might just add an extra cut right in there just to sharpen it even more right in there. Honestly, no one's gonna notice. It's gonna be stuck up right against the board. So I'm adding more detail to slow the scene down for no reason. Okay, there we go. Well, that looks a little fancier now. It looks a little bit better. Okay. With that, let's actually start getting the other pieces in. Now, the other pieces are going to be a little trickier. For one, let's actually take this and start naming things. So this is the base plate. This is our bushing. This is our bushing cone. And then we have, let's see, what other things? Technically, I could just name these whatever we want, but this is our top cup washer. This is our I'm assuming bottom cup washer or lower cup washer. So we've got those, and then we've got our kingpin nut. I don't really need to name these all correctly. I could have just called it nut, but kingpin nut. Okay. Now I'll definitely have to model a proper nut for this. For now, it's a placeholder. But with this, we can now take our objects here. We've got washer, bushings, washer. All of these are going to be separate from the main object here. All of these have to be combined into one new object. I could even maybe not do this right away, but everything else has to be kind of combined together. Actually, no, they will combine together. So everything has to combine together. And this is where things can get very tricky. So let's actually turn that off here. Let's just take everything. I'm going to group it together just for ease. So this is going to be our hanger. We've got our base plate. And then this, we'll call this the, I don't know if there's an actual name for the collection of all of these. We'll call it the kingpin. So we've got our kingpin. That's everything there. And then this is the hanger. This whole thing here has to be merged together and turned into a proper object. And this is where things can get very tricky, because like we saw with that one little simple object, topology is a pain. Now we have to do topology on this much more complex object. That's not always fun. That can be very annoying and very tedious, and in general just kind of a pain. So yeah, you would put in ZBrush and use ZRemesher. That would probably be the best way to do it. If you have ZBrush, put into ZBrush, put it all together, and then sculpt it out. If you have Blender, you have great sculpting tools. That would be the ideal. And I have ZBrush, this is the way I would do it. But let's say you don't have ZBrush. Let's say you have Maya and you're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. How do you do that? How do you get this to work? It can be a very daunting task. Well, you can use a few different tools to make your life a little easier. It's not going to make it all golden, but it's going to at least simplify certain things. So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm just going to work on improving my shapes. So, for example, what I mean by improve my shapes is right here, I know that there's not this face that's sticking out right there. So I'm going to start cutting things up here so that I can more easily shape this. Edges. Oop. Like so. I could take my cylinder here. I know this has to be a perfect cylinder, so I'm just going to make sure that this doesn't have a point that sticks out right there. I'd rather have just a little point here than a whole section. Actually, yeah, we'll do it this way. Okay, we've got that. Where else? Well, I do know that I need to have a hole in the center here that goes right through to actually have the bushing go in. I don't have to worry about that too much right now. And I'll explain that in a little bit. But one thing I do need is a better connection on the bottom here. So if we look at our reference, let's bring our reference in. You can see here how there's this kind of tapering form right in there. I kind of want to fill that in right now. there's nothing right in here that's gonna allow me to get that tapering form. It's just these separate pieces that don't really connect with each other. So let's try to get that in there a little bit. So I think I can just take a cube in this case. And let's just use this to build out that form very roughly. So it kind of connects in there. And then gonna taper in a little bit. Something a little bit more like that. So something like this connects everything together. And now we have a little bit more of a form. Okay. Well, this is just a mess of different pieces. So let's use some tools to combine all of this together and use that as a new base to work off of. Now, actually, before I do that, I'm noticing this is where you really want to pay attention to the forms. I'm noticing that this edge right here doesn't just go straight, it actually goes up. It goes like that. I do want to kind of build that in just a little bit here while I've got everything separated. So just a little zip like that. Okay. So everything's separate right now. I can use something in Maya to combine everything together. And these are, under Mesh, your Boolean commands. So Boolean in Maya and any program, ZBrush has some really cool Boolean operations. Basically allows you to connect objects together. And what is this cylinder doing here? I think I just have a random cylinder in my shot. Combine or subtract objects from each other. So, for example, let's say I have two objects like this. They're totally separate. If I select these and hit union, it is now one object, and the parts in the middle have been cut out. So we get this new object that gets this just kind of merged together with none of that in-between stuff. We could switch this to difference. This will take one object and subtract it from the other. Or we can go intersection, which will just show us the two parts that we're actually cutting, like a Venn diagram. So we can use this to merge our objects together and take this mass of just stuff and turn it into a new object. Now, to do this, let me actually delete that. Okay. To do this, I'm actually going to duplicate this group and just keep a backup. In case something goes wrong, I always like to have a backup of my old geometry. And I'm going to take all of this. Let's see if I can just do it all at the same time. I'm just going to do a union with this. And we get this. It's the same piece of geometry, or it looks the same. If we kind of bring in our old one here, and let's move it ever so slightly. Oop. You can see they look pretty much the same, but now this is one piece of geometry. Just one whole thing. Okay, how is that helpful? Well, at first glance, it's not, because oh my god, our edge loops and all of our topology is a nightmare. Look at this. We've got n-gons galore. We've got this face here that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's a sixth edge right in there. 7, 8. Like, it's, oh no. Why? What hell have we created for ourselves? It's a nightmare. Yeah, it's gross. It's horrible. For a long time, I tried to avoid booleans for this specific reason. They're cool, but oh, the boolean stays alive. Yeah, so you actually have the history here. So if I need to adjust something, I can actually tweak it, and you can see how it changes things. So if I need to readjust a shape, I can still do that. It's really nice to have that history in there. But it's not great. This is like, it's garbage geometry. I'll put it that way. It's really bad. So, how does this help? Hey, Johan, congrats! First NDA, that's so awesome! Yay! That is so cool. So, before I go into the cleanup, there's one more thing I want to do, which is I want to cut out the cylinder that is going to hold the bushing in place. So let's take our kingpin right in here. And I'm going to actually use this, duplicate that. Let's bring it down here. And then let's hide our kingpin again. And actually, no, let's not hide that. Let's just isolate select this. So I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to make a big cylinder here. And I need to cut a hole out of this whole section here. Right about there. That should be pretty good. There's a hole that's going to dive into this section here. And maybe that's a little too much, actually. Maybe I'll tweak my angle ever so slightly. Yeah, that's a little better. I don't want to cut too deep into the axle part. But this is going to be where the kingpin sits through the object. So, I have to remember the order here. I think it's object that cuts, then last object, and let's do a difference. Nope, other way. So, main object, then the object you want to subtract, and difference. And look at that. We now have a hole through our object. Hey, nice and easy. And we get this even more complex shape. Yay! Great! Even more n-gons. Isn't that fun? Look at that, beautiful. Oh, don't you love having vertices just nudge right up against each other? It's a thing of beauty. And Kolo, thanks so much for the sub. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Aw, I'm glad I can help. It's a pleasure being able to do these and hopefully give you some tips that help and make things a little easier. Yes, actually, that's a good point. I haven't saved today. I should save, or else I'm going to lose everything I've done so far. See, I have a drink emote. I need a save emote, because whenever I'm streaming, I forget to drink, and I forget to save, which is bad. Okay, so we've got this. Now, one thing I'm noticing is that the shape of this object here is not quite right. Let's see if my construction history will work that far back. So what cube am I looking for here? Ooh, it will. Perfect. So this is where I should have named things. Can I even go back to the shape of the cube, the vertices of it? I don't think so. I want to bring that edge back in there. Make it a little thinner right here. So, if I want to do that, I can just undo. Honestly, it's not like I did a whole bunch. Let's just quickly undo here. Before the Boolean. I'd rather get this done now because it's going to make the next part a little easier. Okay. So, take my polygon cube here. Just take that and whoop, like so. it's actually pretty thin there. Yeah, that's getting that taper is going to be really nice. It helps avoid kind of boring geometry. What I mean by boring geometry is, in general, when you're trying to do stuff like this, it can get very boring if all the geometry just kind of feels the same. Where it's always straight, always parallel lines. It's just not interesting. So for example, even here, I could take this edge right there and just kind of push that in and round that side. And you can see how that just makes it more visually interesting. It doesn't make a huge difference in the grand scope of things, but that is just a little bit more interesting to look at than what we had before. So just a little something. Let's Boolean those together once again. Let's take our bushing, duplicate that, use that to cut out the shape. And once again, if you wanted to, you don't have to put it in its final position right away. I could do a difference right here, and then I could still use that bushing and adjust it after the fact, which is really cool. So I can just kind of position that in place right there. Okay, maybe I want a little bit more of a cut here. Let's rotate it. And there we go. Maybe a little bit more. I do like that extra cut in there. So let's make sure that's even. Something got offset here. Let's see. Should be only rotated in Z, and this should be centered. There we go. Something got a little wonky there, which is, again, nice that you have that history and you can reset things. So we've got something like that. Okay, great. Let's say we're ready to start clean up here. Well, we've got this nightmare mess of geometry to clean up. Let me save again just to make sure I've got this all good. What do we do? Well, the big problem is that we have the base. The base shape is pretty good for the most part. It definitely needs cleanup. It needs to be refined and have some extra details put in. But overall, the shape, the core of this is not bad. The problem is that we need to connect them all properly, which we've done with a union in a way. But now our topology is a nightmare. So how do we make that better? Well, just take your object here and hit this magnet icon. This turns it into a live object. What a live object is an object that we can draw over top of with curves and with other tools. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my quad draw tool right here. It's under mesh tools. And what this basically allows me to do is draw on the shape and retopologize it. So with this, I can now just take my object here and retopologize it. Oh, look, we're starting to get into this weirdness. Okay, just draw right over top of that. So let's make that top portion here. Boop, boop. And make sure I connect it in the right spot there. Sometimes it gets a little weird. You just have to move your camera angle. There we go. I'm starting to clean that up. I could start doing that. Let's kind of make a big face right here. Boop. There we go. We're starting to just make a simplified form out of this base here. Now, it's not going to be perfect because we're going to want to smooth certain things out, but I can make a new base mesh out of this. So let's actually add a little bit more detail here. Split that face right there. And one thing I want to make sure is that I have an edge loop right around this hole here. That's going to make sure that I get a really nice clean geometry that I can loop around and really clean up this pipe part right in here. So we get that. Make sure that's nice and even spacing wise. Again, you want to keep your geometry fairly even. If it's got a wide face here, the smoothing is going to get all out of whack. But I can do that. And we're starting to get this first initial face here. Great. Now, let's keep going here. So we've got this. We need to start building into that cylinder. So that means I'm going to have an edge loop going around. So let's actually take this. I'm going to add a face right here. And let's actually start building that upwards. So one thing I'm noticing here is this face is going to be way too wide. But I don't really want to split this because now I'm going to get tiny narrow faces right here. So this is something I would recommend all of you just Google this and then create a folder on your computer. Anyone who wants to do modeling. I have one as well here. You don't always need it once you get experience, but it's always nice to have. It's just a topology folder. Look for topology, and what you're looking for is this. How to go from one certain amount of faces to another. So what basically this means is that you're taking your faces and instead of having, in this case, one face, one big one here, and then another big one here. What we want is to go from one face here into two faces. We want to split that, but we want to keep our good topology. So the way you can do this, in this case, I'll take my image here and I want to go from 1 into 2. So I need to make this style face. Yeah, this is retopology. So with that, I can just have my image there and go, okay, I want this. I just put these 2 dots here and I can go boop. Let's split this. Make sure that's nice. Doot, doot. There we go. Now it's all quads and we're going from one face into 2. Like that. There you go. Nice and clean. Now, if I wanted to, I could tweak it a little bit, kind of. I might actually retweak that a little bit in just a second. But for now, hey, it's there. And I've still got good topology, and I'm not getting a ton of huge faces or a ton of tiny little faces just by cutting and cutting and cutting. This is one of my least favorite things, is when you start getting faces like that for no reason. With that, let's keep going around. So we know that this has to go around here. So let's keep going. Right around like so. Now this is not going to be perfect. This is just kind of our first pass at the topology. So let's go through here. Now, the nice thing with this tool is that you don't have to do all of it like building off of one piece. So what I mean by this, just as an example, is I know that I need to connect this into this next section here. Well, I could do that right now. I could kind of skip ahead and go, okay, I'm going to need a face here. I'm probably going to need a face here. So how do I do this? Let's actually put that in there. Okay, got a face there. How are we going to line that up into the rest over here? Well, we can put something like that. Oops. Make sure this connects in the right direction. There we go. Just move your camera if it's getting a little weird. So I can just start tweaking this. And I'm just going to start with big geometry first. Don't get too small or else it just takes forever. So we start just building it out. Doot, doot. There we go. Doot, doot. Doot. And I'm only doing half. Because it's a symmetrical object, all I need to do is this one side here, and then I'm good. There we go. So there's our cylinder part. I'm going to want to make sure that this is nice and even. So I'll want to split on the top. I'll want to split on the front here, on the back, and then on the bottom. This is just going to help keep things symmetrical. I don't necessarily need that, but I kind of, for my sake, I want it. Kind of add one more there. And this is what I love about that tool. Once you add more detail, it just automatically lines things up. It's so nice. The quad draw tool is, of all the modeling tools that I've used over the years, this is the one that when I started using it, it's like my workflow is different now. Life is different. It's better now. Okay. So, we're starting to get somewhere now. So, we're getting our topology sections in place, and this is my typical workflow, is I don't try to just work, oh, and there goes my camera. 3 hours. It's always 3 hours. And then my camera dies. I need to work on figuring out what settings is causing that. I'll just have to hide it for now, let my camera recharge a little bit. It's either recharged or overheated. But we don't need to see my face for this. So, yay. So, let's go to a few different sections. So we've got this, that's on its way. We've got this section, that's pretty much, pretty clear. If I wanted to kind of refine this a little bit, I could start adding some faces here. Just for, oops, move the camera, there we go. Tie this in a little bit more. So something like that. And this is going to tie in right there. Okay. Let's actually do the bottom edge right here. Doot, doot, doot. So you're just adding points. The way this tool works is you add points, and then I can just hold down the shift key and then connect those points to the existing faces. So we're just kind of creating a connect the dots puzzle, really. Okay. So getting that shape in there. Let's see. I never got into modeling because at the time I was learning, we didn't have things like Make Live and Quad Draw yet. Yeah, this tool has made cleanup, especially just within Maya, so nice. Or if you're doing like ZBrush modeling and stuff, you can just quickly take your model from ZBrush, which ZBrush has some good topology tools, but you could just take it from ZBrush, go into Maya, use this, retopologize super fast, bring it back into Maya, or sorry, into ZBrush, and then keep going. So let's see how I want to do this. We've got a few different sections here that are going to take a little bit of thinking. So, for example, in the center here, we've got a form that's going to come up and kind of arc down and around here. So let's see. I'm kind of just thinking of where I want my faces to line up. I think I want something like that would work. Edge loop is going to... Now this is something, if you ever run into it, basically what I'm aiming for is a shape that comes up here. It goes down and around, and you've got the bushing area right there. And it's kind of like a neck shape. Like this. So what I'll sometimes do is try to plan it out in drawing form. And then we've got the other part that goes this way. So I know that I'm going to have this corner here. And ideally, what's going to happen is I want my edge loop to come around through there. So I can start to plan out my edges. So I know I'm going to have corner here and probably something like this. So something like that. On the top, it's going to be probably this, and I can't really connect it here. Could I? Maybe I could. Something like that. And then maybe split that, because we've got to go along the top here as well. So it'll be something like this. And then this goes into the next part over here. And then as this goes through, we get something like that. Like that. Okay, that should work. As we get to the front here, this is pretty simple. Just like that, split in the middle. So this is something I like to do whenever I'm kind of trying to figure out ways to create an edge flow, is just quickly draw it out. Now, another thing I'm trying to avoid here is 5-point connections. So this is when 5 lines go into one spot. You're not going to avoid these all the time. You're going to get them. It just happens. But as much as you can, try to avoid them. They're not terrible, but they can make some pinching when you're smoothing things out. As long as they're kind of in a section that doesn't have a ton of detail or like a big curve or something, you're not going to have a huge problem. But if you get it in a point that like on this, if I had a 5-point line right along here, this seam, I would definitely feel that. That's too much there. Boop. So you can see how I drew it out, and now I'm using that drawing to plan out this a little bit more easily. Now, let's actually finish this up here, because I definitely need to make sure that I have this edge loop going through the center here. This is going to be a crucial edge loop. Oop. Make that a little smaller. This edge loop going all the way around here. If I don't have that, this whole circle's not going to work. So, line things up. I really love this tool. It's so much fun. Okay, I could probably do this. That works pretty well. Okay. The other thing I really love about this tool is it makes experimenting much easier. If you want to just try something, you don't know if it'll work or not, it's just like, let's give it a test. It's so easy compared to the old way of doing it, which was, okay, let's try to redo that whole section again, which is a nightmare. Okay, so I kind of want this. That's not going to be great topology right there. Like, I definitely need a split or something here. I'll need this in there to make an edge loop around that corner. It does snap the points. Because I'm working with a live object, I can just drag these and they just line up to the surface that I'm on, which is fantastic because I don't have to worry about trying to move these in and try to keep them planar or in line. Everything's just snapping onto this surface. Even like right here, if I add more detail, you can see how it automatically rounds it along that surface. Boop. Done. So now that I've built my base shape, and I could have spent a little bit more time really refining that base shape, I can just use this to clean it up. It's really nice. Okay, so I definitely want an edge loop in here, going in and then back out, which means I'm going to have... No, that's not right. So triangle. There we go. That's it. So I want an edge loop right in there. Oop. Okay. Then that should work. No, I don't want that. See, this is what I love about this. It's very easy to experiment. Because the problem I don't want with this is if I add a face here, this seam is going to get lost. I need a line going right through there. So I need to do this. That, and then that. And I can just reshape all of these lines. There we go. Nice topology. And I can always just clean things up later. A nice other feature of this is it has a smooth feature, which you can use to just smooth out your lines once you're done. I usually do this when I have a little bit more detail than I have now, just because I don't want to start messing things up. But it is really nice. Okay. So I'll probably need a split here so that I can connect this together. This whole corner here is going to connect there. So, okay, now I'm noticing, oh no, I've got an end gone here. Okay, what can I do? I disappeared. My camera died. It's the 3-hour mark. That dreaded 3-hour mark. I keep thinking about it once the camera dies, oh, I should check my settings, make sure whatever it is I fix on my camera. And then I start streaming and it's like, nope, totally forget. Okay, so let's just do that. There you go. That kind of works. Actually, not quite. Let me open up my reference. It might look like I'm just doing this kind of freeform, but I have my reference open the whole time as I'm doing this. So just something to be aware. You want your reference. Okay, I want a seam right here. Right through there. Which means, how's my face looking? I could close that up. There. Why is this not closing? Interesting. So for some reason, something in here is not wanting to close that face. There we go. Just have to change my camera angle. So there we go. Topology that works for the most part. Now, actually, one thing I feel isn't quite working here is I need a different shape right there. I need that edge loop to run down this face. Like that. Get that edge loop in there. So, that's better. Ideally, I wouldn't want that 5 point to be there, though. So, let's see. I need a 1 to 2, which is going to be 1, and then see. There, then split that. I guess I could. No. It's gonna be a 5 point here. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, let's just do it this way. For now. There we go. That's better. And then that. Okay. Trying to figure out the best way to tie all this in. If I connect no. Yeah, it is solving a puzzle, basically. What I'm trying to do right now is I need to go from one face here into two faces here. And so like that. And I need to split this. Something along these lines. There we go. That's getting it. Okay, we've got 5 there. Don't want to do it that way though. I don't like faces like that. Well, actually that works. Now I've got too much geometry here, honestly. But for now I can deal with it. I can come back in and adjust it later. But now I've got this 5 point right there, and it's not in any area that's going to cause issues. It's just on this plane right there. Thank you for the reminder, Tara. So I wonder if actually, like, I've got way too much detail right here. Could I just get rid of all of this and simplify it? Yeah, there we go. Way better. Sometimes it's better just to delete some stuff and remake it. It's way too complex for nothing. But that's what I love about this tool. Like it took me seconds to do that versus trying to brainstorm it all and figure out what's going on. Okay, let's keep working around here. And into this corner. So something along this line. Probably going to have an edge loop right here. I definitely need an extra cut in here. Actually, no. I need that. There we go. Better. Edge loop. So basically I want to be able to do that, where as I go through, I can add edge loops that go all the way through, and I'm not getting just a straight corner. So as you can see here, there's edge loops going everywhere. This one I'm not a huge fan of. I think I need to tweak that edge loop right in here. And we'll leave it for now. I definitely feel like I'm gonna come back to it, but for now it's working-ish. Okay. Getting this corner in place. Let's get this section here working. So for this, I'm actually going to skip this edge because I want a nice taper here. So if I just do this, let's kind of just add a space right there. That's going to create that nice taper for me. So something like this. Oops. Come on, connect. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So now that's just going to give me that start of a nice taper, even though in my actual shot, it's actual, or my actual model, it's this hard connection here. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna have a face going here, and then have a face going down there. An edge loop going through here. Oops, don't want to connect that. Do 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 do. It's just connect the dots. I love it. So there to there. Okay. So something like that. Okay. This is basically going to just be a lot of this. Hopefully this is interesting. At this point, it's really just keep going. Now, I do know that I want a loop at the bottom here. So, boop, boop. Let's just add that and then split it here. Okay, right along the front. That's good. Gonna have to have one along the back, right there. There we go. There we go. So you can see, like, one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm always looking for the areas that I need a very specific loop, getting those in place, and then I can work between those. So for example, here at the base, I know it's a cylinder, so I need this very even cylindrical loop here. From there, I can work in the rest. So for example, connect it right here. This is going to be a little too big, so I need a 1 to 2. The 1, it goes... no, wait. Splitting is always a pain. 1, 2... Yeah. No, not that way. This way. That. Oops. Okay, that almost joined it correctly. There we go. Boop, boop. And let's smooth that just a little bit. Okay. So the nice thing with this is I can quickly check my edge loops, make sure they're working. Kind of follow them along, see where they go. So I think that's decent for now. Definitely need to clean it up and make it a little just more presentable in terms of spacing of the edges, but that's getting there. If we can fill in that little gap there, that'll be good. For now, don't have to worry about it too much. I should try to get the back edge in place. The back edge is honestly going to be fairly simple, other than this transition right here, which shouldn't honestly be too bad. Okay. Let's get that in place here. So with this transition, the big thing is that we've got a face that's basically going to go right down the center, all the way up to the top, straight. Yeah, I'm using the basic mesh as just I just put it together, booleaned it together so it's one unique mesh, and now I can use that as a base to retopologize and make something better that I can build off of afterwards. Yeah, I'm just like a so for example, here's the old one. So let's actually take that, turn the visibility on, and just move it out of the way. This is this is the old one, and it's just simple pieces of geometry. It's polygon cylinder, polygon cube, polygon cylinder. That's it. Nothing more than that. So I took all of that, I booleaned it together, so it's one piece of geometry now. And then I'm just using the quad draw tool in Maya to draw out a new polygon over top of it. And basically it just makes it so that I don't have to worry about... I could add a split right here. I don't have to worry about trying to make perfect geometry with this super complex shape. Now, what I would actually do, like this, I'm doing this for demo purposes in case people, for example, don't have other pieces of software and you just have Maya. If I was doing this professionally, kind of on a full project, one thing I would do is I would I would use ZBrush. So I would take my basic shape that I had made, and then I would bring it into ZBrush and kind of re-sculpt it, make it kind of better and a stronger form before doing this. This way, the closer your base is to a final product, the easier this retopology process becomes. If you're just kind of like in my case, it's not quite right. There's some things I'm going to change. It's not bad, but it just makes the process, it adds a few extra steps in there. So just something to watch out for. Okay. We're getting that form there. Just trying to think how I want to approach this. We've got an edge loop going right through there. That's good. The way I'm checking the edge loop is you just hold down Control and it'll show you where the edge loop is going, which is really nice. Okay, so we've got an edge loop going around there. Good. Edge loop going around here. I think this is going to need a different edge loop right in here, because this edge... No, this is right. If I had an edge loop that instead went along this edge and then down this edge, I would end up getting a seam on this axle here where I don't want it to be. There'd be a hard point on the roundness here. There should be no edge loops that go down the axle length. So no edge loop kind of going down here and across. I just want loops going around the surface. I could probably add a seam right there because that's going to connect basically here and here. Add a seam right there. There and there. Boop. I love this tool. It's so nice. And like later I can make sure all of these are perfectly cylindrical because I still do have that perfectly cylindrical base. But at least for now, it just makes life so easy. Okay. So we've got that. I'm probably going to need a loop right around here, or else I'm going to get some distortion going on right there. Let's see. A little bit more like this. Not like that. Like this. Wait a second. That around and then there. Do I want that? Humna. Or do I want... Yeah, it's a cylindrical shape combined with other shapes, and they all have to kind of be an organic form, which means that there's going to be a lot of blending between multiple different types of forms. I could technically just keep it as separate pieces, but then it makes smoothing much harder. So by doing this, I get a little bit more control in that sense. but I also need to make sure that I keep that control where it's, how to put this, I make sure that I don't lose the forms that I was going for to begin with. There we go. That's going to be better. Wait, did I just do the same thing? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Because I need to tweak these too. Okay. There. There. So what I need to do here, what I'm trying to do, is I need an edge loop going around here and then back down there. So I need a face here, 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 there, and then it needs to come back down. I don't want to do this. It's tricky. So the problem here is if I was to try and smooth this line and add some sharpness to it, you can see how it adds a line right in there and it goes up, back up here. I don't want that. I need an edge loop that'll come down and kind of end in this corner. And I'm just trying to think of the best way to do that. I guess it's not bad if it does this. It's just going to make that, I'm not going to get a nice edge right into that corner where I want it to be. Okay, let's redo that a little bit here. This is what I love about this tool is it's very easy to just go, okay, something's not working. Let's just retry this. Get this to work. Compared to the normal way, which that gets tiring very quickly, trying to get things like this to work. Apology wise. So okay, we've got that edge going in here. And then it'll go down there. Good. And then go around. That's good. So if I tighten this edge, this is good. Yeah, that's basically what I want right there. Like that. So if I tighten that, it'll go around the surface, which won't matter. Okay. So something like this should work pretty good. Now in here, like before, the big thing is, okay, yeah, that's better. I want that edge to just kind of taper here. But I need to have an edge here. That tapers into there. Okay. I guess I could just do a triangle there, maybe. Not a fan of triangles if I can avoid them. Because I could do... triangle right in there. Or what if I did that? I guess that kind of works. It's not the ideal shape that I'd like, but it keeps it from looping up and around. Let's try if I can see if I can get a triangle here. Come on. The quad draw tool does not want you to do triangles. There we go. So something like that. We'll try that for now. I might come back to this. Like I said, I'm not a fan of getting triangles, but in this case, I think it's probably going to be my best bet to avoid getting weirdness. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going here. Something like that. We're actually not that far off from finishing. It looks like we've got a lot more, but keep in mind, we only really need this much. And this whole section here I can easily do because it's just a perfect cylinder. Once I get this main section here, I can just make that perfectly cylindrical and then extrude it. And that'll just get it done. It's really this lower section right here that's going to be not tricky, but I really want to make sure I get it correct. And I'm just noticing that my edge loop that goes up here is going to end up over there. That's not quite right. Let's tweak this here. So our edge loop now runs through this way. And then do I want it to go up here? Yeah. That's pretty good. Or maybe I'll have it go there. So this is the power of edge loops, is if you get your edge loop right, I can add one edge loop here and it'll sharpen up that whole section nicely. If my edge loops go in weird directions and I try to sharpen an edge, I'm going to sharpen one edge, but I'm also going to sharpen like the middle of this cylinder here, which is not right. So for example, here, if I try to sharpen that bottom edge right here, I'm also going to be sharpening this whole edge here. So I might need to rethink how my edge loop transitions along this bottom edge into the cylinder. Honestly, if I can get the bottom edge sharpened, I don't have to worry about it. But it's still something I have to think about. And this is the main thing with polygon modeling like this, is a lot of it is trying to kind of solve these puzzles of, if I put an edge loop here, how is that going to affect the rest of my shot? Or not my shot, keep talking in animation terms. My model. You don't want to over detail certain areas, under detail others, and you want everything to kind of have this nice flow that it works together and makes your life easier. And if you're doing this for organic modeling in terms of rigging, that also adds the added stress of making sure that your edge loops work for the deformations. So it's why when you look at rigs for like facial animation and stuff, you have edge loops around the eyes, around the mouth, because edge loops allow for the deformation to work correctly, kind of like how the actual human face works. So you really need to watch those edge loops. When it comes to modeling like this, edge loops really are a key thing. So for example, right here, this is a good example. If I try to sharpen this edge right here, which is something I would want this right here to feel nice and sharp, to have a little bit of detail in there. But if I do that, it'll taper right into here. So I want an edge out there. And let me see, I need to get this in here. Plus it gives me a little break. It's always good to take breaks, honestly. I should save. I haven't saved in a long time. I need to get that save emote pronto. Okay. Get that in place here. I can tie that in there for now. Move my camera. If ever, like I said, if ever it's not connecting correctly, just try to move your camera and you're going to find the angle that'll let you connect. Or add a little bit more detail, connect it together, and then just delete the in between there. Yes, hydrate. Yes, I should save when I hydrate too. That would be a good thing. I'm glad the feedback helps. It's always fun for me to take a look at people's work and see if I can help in some way. Let's do this. Can I add a face right in here? Boop. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do that, but we'll see how it goes. Doot, doot. Delete that, and then boop. There we go. So now I've got an edge loop right here. Let's see where it'll go. Focus on the right edge. Right there. Okay. That's not quite what I want. I want it to go around here. Why is it not? Something is throwing it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The edge loop should go around for some reason. Which face is it trying to follow here? Interesting. Okay. We got that for now. Let's keep going here. Actually, let's try something like this. Come on, give me the face I want there. Oh, almost. There we go. No, that wasn't right. Boop, boop. Do, do. Do, do, do. There we go. Something like this. There we go. That's the edge loop I want. And let's just kind of add another face right here. Boop. There we go. That's what I want. Now this is going to go all the way around. Yeah, that's better. Now, if only this will let me put in the face I want. When you get to the smaller details, it can be kind of annoying just to get the face you want. There we go. Boop, boop. Bring that back in here. So now I can add an edge loop and it'll go all the way around like so. And I'll have to just clean this up. So let's clean that up. A lot of these faces you're kind of wobbly. I really don't care. That's not the point of this whole thing right now. The point of this is to just get in place. So like that. It's kind of messy right here. I'm going to try to clean this up later. So kind of add an edge loop like that and then clean it up. For now though, hey, it's there. Okay, so we get that. And then from this edge loop, we can easily just work our way straight up. Like so. So I can put a 5 point right here. Like so. And then, boop. I need to split this. Oh, no, not that. I want this. There we go. Ooh, one last question. I was thinking about getting Animbot. I have 8 tools right now. Which one should I get? It's really up to you. I got the, I forget, it's like the studio version, the one where you get all the updates all the time. Just because for me, I teach with the tools sometimes, so it's nice to have the latest version so everyone can see what's new. But it's not necessary. I would say that if you have A tools, you don't really need Animbot unless there's some specific things that you aren't getting. If you do have Animbot, there's not too many big updates where it's like, wow, I must get the latest update. It fixes everything and makes it so much better. No, not really. So it's up to you. If you want to get the latest versions all the time, great. If you don't feel like investing in that, the updates aren't going to make or break it, honestly. So you can save a little bit of money there. I haven't looked at the different options in a while, so I can't say for sure what they are. So take that with kind of a grain of salt there. This top is going to need to be a little bit more specific here. Okay. But yeah, that's pretty much it. What I'm trying to figure out here is I've got this seam that goes right along the top edge. I'm trying to think where I want it to cut. Doesn't have, I don't really have to worry too much about it because it's just a cylinder. So honestly, I think I'm safe with this. The big thing I'm trying to think of, do I want the 5 point up here? Probably not, because that surface is rounded. If I can get the 5 point face down here, I'll have much more control over it. Not have to worry about deformations. So let's take a look at this. Oh, I want to ask regarding hierarchy method constraints. Can I use groups as buffers? Yeah, you can use any object. Anything in Maya that you can use in the outliner, you can use. I like locators because they are different than our main controls that we use as for our typical animations. They're not NURBS controls, and they're visible. But you can use groups. If you want to create instead of a group, you can just make sure you have nothing selected, hit Control G. You're going to create a null object. It's just an empty group. That's all it is. But you can use those. You can use anything. You could use lights. You could use cameras. Honestly, anything that you can use to put into a hierarchy. That's really all it is. So let's see. We're getting there. Almost there. The back of this, I think we could get pretty quick. I want it to be pretty light on the geometry, so I might start taking out some detail here for now. Let's add a line here and just get rid of that one so that we can do that. Let's see. Which way do I want to do this thing? We'll do it that way. Boop, boop. Okay. So I've got a lot of detail here. And one thing I'm starting to get is I've got 3 faces and they have to go down into 1. So let's clean up that geometry here. So this is again where that topology, those images, they're very good and helpful. Do a search for those. So I need 3 into 1, which is basically going to be add a square here. And then it's not like that. So 3 square, and then there, doot, doot. There we go. So now we've got enough topology back here to keep it nice and organized, but we're not getting 3 edges down into this one little corner here, which is something I'm going to have to clean up here, by the way. I'm not a fan of having that in there, so I'm just going to get rid of that. And thank you for the reminder. And I'll use that as an opportunity to save as well. Okay. So we are getting there. Do I need this detail right here? Well, we'll save it for now. I'm going to fix the cylindrical part in just a bit. So we've got the back here. That's pretty much done. Definitely need to fix this up just a little bit. Like so. We've got the front pretty much done. I'll have to add a little bit more detail here. No big deal. There we go. We have to fill in this gap and just finish up this section here, and we should be done. And then fill in this section, which is actually going to be pretty simple, honestly. It's basically just doing that and making sure we have the same amount of faces on this side versus this side. Actually, I could do that right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I either need to get rid of some detail here or add detail on the top. Which I'll probably just need to add detail like boop right there. So now I can just kind of do something like this. Actually, another way you can do this, I don't use this that often, but I could take this and I forget what control is it? Tab? Yeah, that's why I don't use it. You can extrude an edge. And Peter, hey! Let's see, I'm sitting on 18k channel points. Wonder what kind of extra options could be added. I don't know. I don't know what I can use the channel points for, honestly. If anyone has suggestions, I definitely love to hear them. I don't want them to be for anything that, like, oh, get a critique or something like that. That's something I want to give out regardless of points or like subscriptions or anything like that. But if there's anything like fun we could do, that could be interesting. I know like there's some ways to make it so that like it'll automatically save if someone uses channel points. That could be kind of interesting, but at the same time, there are times when you don't want to save, and if I'm working on a demo or a project file, it's that could really screw things up. Okay, so let's get this. You'll notice that the faces are kind of all janky right now. They don't really line up properly. I'll fix that in a little bit. But at least for now, we get this. I can delete that now. Oops. Delete the whole thing. There we go. And then just add it in and boop. Perfect. So there we go. Okay. Let's double check our edge loops. Make sure things are working correctly. Good. That's a good edge loop there. Right in there. Perfect. Okay. So we've got pretty much the top and the bottom here done. We just need to finish the center part here. Is this modeler called Retopo? So yeah, this is retopology, this part of modeling. What I'm using is the Quad Draw tool in Maya, which is a wonderful tool. If you haven't tried it, I highly recommend it. It is wonderful. And it just makes this whole process much, much easier. Okay. So one thing I know I'll probably need is an edge loop. Along the top here. And it's going to need to loop into the end here. So I want an edge that kind of flows along this right there. I guess I could actually do this one first. Because this one, I'll need an edge loop that can go along the bottom and then round here. So kind of like that. Go there. And then this one needs to go up here. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. We'll see how that ends up working in the long run, but so this edge loop, it goes everywhere. Yeah, that's not going to be quite right. So it goes right down in the center here. That's going to ruin my my hole in there. I'm going to need to turn it right here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. No. Like that. Although then I'm gonna not get the edge there. Choices, choices, choices. So what this will do is it'll clean up that edge of the way in a nice way, but then I'm gonna lose the crease the whole way there, which I do need. Actually, no, I don't. This is gonna be smooth right there. I don't need that, honestly. We'll keep it like this for now. For now. We'll see how that works. We might tweak it later. Let's kind of move this into place here. Okay. Is this method with live object really efficient or just one that you feel comfortable with? It's efficient if you don't have something like ZBrush. If you have something like ZBrush, I would definitely recommend using ZBrush. So I have ZBrush. I could have used ZBrush for this, but not everyone has ZBrush. Not everyone has all those other tools. So this becomes very efficient, very, very efficient if you're dealing with these kind of complex shapes and you need to make good topology. It might seem like it's taking a while, but this is actually way faster than if I was trying to do this with like normal methods of modeling. Mostly because I can just get the topology I want right away, especially for this complex kind of organic model. The purpose of this model, this is for a skateboard. So this is the truck, the bottom part of a skateboard. So trying to get all of that in place there. Looking at this, I think I can harden some of the edges there a little bit more. So this is the hanger portion of the skateboard. And this is just for a project I'm working on. So I needed a skateboard and I figured, hey, I might as well kind of do a demo on how I would approach this if I had to do this all in Maya. Okay, that edge is good there. Okay. So we've got this. Just lining up my detail here. Making sure I don't have too much or too little. Is this for a game? No, it's for an animation project. So I need to have a skateboard. Basically, the thing that the client wants is for the character to be sitting on the skateboard, and it's going to be kind of a close enough shot that I'm going to see quite a bit of detail on the bottom of that skateboard. So if this was just kind of a quick shot and we were just going to see, for example, this type of view of the skateboard, I wouldn't do any of this. This is just a lot of overkill for nothing. But because we're going to see basically the view of the skateboard like this, and it's going to be pretty close, I want to get that detail in there just so that it looks good in the render and just kind of is cool. Plus, I like doing this kind of stuff, so it's like, hey, I get to do a little bit of modeling, which I don't normally get to do in my job. I'm an animator, so I animate. modeling is very rarely something I do for a production or for a project. In this case, it actually just kind of worked out that they needed this, so yeah, I'll do it. Let's actually clean out some of this detail here. Why is that interesting? Okay. The reason I got rid of that detail is just so we have a little bit easier time putting this in here. You can always easily add that detail back in. Just bip, done. Okay. So we need to line this up here. Let's add a split right there. So I need a 1 to 2. So there. 1. Oops, there we go. Yeah. No, dang it. That didn't do it. So what I'm trying to avoid is this 5 point right on the edge there. So to avoid that, I think it's going to be tricky in this case. I could split this right down the middle, but I don't really want to do that because it's going to add a lot of detail on this tiny little seam right here. Not really what I'm aiming for. Ideally, I'd like to keep it simple. Soften that up. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? Okay, I'll probably need a split here. That way I can finish this edge loop nicely right in there. I don't need this much detail right in here just yet. I love the quad draw tool. It makes this kind of work so much easier. If you had to try and figure out these kind of edge loops and things normally, it's just a pain. Now, let's actually tweak that here. So the reason I'm tweaking this is because I was getting a 5 point face right on that edge there. So by just doing this, aha, look at that. Nice clean edge loop all the way around. Doesn't take much time and you get much better results in your smoothing. Let's connect that. Now we have a nice edge loop right there. Then we can just do doot doot. How do I want to do this one? Okay, go. 1, 2, 3. Could just do that. Nope, not that way. There, there, and there. There we go. And just smooth that out. Okay. This curvature here is going to take a little bit of refining later, but for now it's just going to be as rough as I can get it, so I don't have too much detail. And XP, hello! How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Let's actually widen that out just a bit here. Separate that out. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. There we go. So not super clean yet, but we're getting there. I can just add a little bit more detail right there when I need it. Okay. So we've really just got 2 more areas to clean, and then the rest is just duplication over to the other side. That's really all it is. So I'll probably add a little bit more detail there, a little bit more detail here. Detail there, just to hold that shape a little bit tighter. The back is fine. What model is this? This is a hanger for a skateboard. So, boop. It's the bottom part of the skateboard there. Just trying to get that organic shape that it has. It's a very odd shape. I'll put it that way. And I'm just trying to get as much detail in there as I can get. Now this I'm not a fan of right here. I'm getting, there should be an edge right there, and I've got this 5 point right here. I really should try to avoid that. Part of that is going to be splitting this right there. So we get this, 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 and this. So like that. Now you can see the 5 point is down here on a flat surface versus along that edge. Now this one here I can't avoid because it's where I've got some seams coming in, so that's not a problem. What is the project, if you can share? It's a single, for this specific one, it's a single render, but it's probably going to be for an animation later on. So I want to make sure that it actually works topologically. That way, if I have to rig it, I don't have to redo the whole thing anyway. So I technically don't have to go through as much detail as I'm doing here, but I'd rather do the detail now than find out that I have to do it later and redo a whole bunch of work. Okay. So we're getting there. We just have to close up this little section right here. And then these 2 sections down here. Okay. Now this I'm not a fan of already, just because of that corner. That's going to be very weird. So let's do this. There we go. So there and there. This will create that nice edge loop right around. Now I can just do that. Boop, boop, boop. And then we've got 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3 in this corner here. So how do I want to do this? I could put a face there, there, there. Put one here. So I need 3 to 1. So if I do this, then let's see, it's 3 to 1. That, oh yeah. And then this, oops, yeah. That. Wait, I think I need a split here. That can be okay. Oh wait, I know why. It's because I've got 2 there and then 1 here too. Okay. So, I don't want to do this. Get rid of that detail there. But now that leaves a 5-sided face right here. Which means I'm gonna have to split a different way. That just adds a split back in there. Do I want to see? This is the tricky and also fun part about doing this kind of modeling, is just trying to figure out how to line up these faces in order to get the best kind of flow for your whole model overall. So like that actually is a little simpler and it works. And then I can just take this and even that out. There we go. So now we've got 1-to-1 right there. Which means I can now do this. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Now the problem here, no, let's actually clean this whole thing up. If you look at this, this is a mess. We've got a 5 face, or I shouldn't say 5, 5 edge connection right here. 5 there, 5 there. Yeah, and then 5 there. No. Let's clean this whole thing up. That's just bad. That was ugly. Okay. We've got the base here. This is good. But now we just need to clean it up in a way that we're not dealing with so much trash. Now here we've got a nice loop there. The loop here isn't great. Let's see if I can, oops, I want to delete that whole thing. Do I have a YouTube channel? No. I'm actually hoping to start a YouTube channel, which is mostly going to be just replays or the VODs of the stream here. I'm hoping to start that during the holiday break when I get a little bit of time off from work. That's the goal. We'll see if it happens. That's what I had, I think. That. Do I like that? Ideally not. I need a point to be in that corner here. And get rid of that. Let me make the faces I want. Okay. It's gonna be 1 in the corner here. So this is actually something I'll do. Sometimes it's not drawing the way I want it to do. I'm using a tablet, by the way. I tend to model and animate with a tablet. I find it's just much easier. Let's see. So let me do this. So I'm just going to, you can use the grease pencil tool for this. I'll use Epic Pen. That way I don't lose the blue highlighting here. And what I want to do is just draw this out. So what I want is a line in the middle here. This way don't need to update. The reason I want a line here is that's going to create, this is going to allow the edge loop to go around this way. Now the thing with that is I need it to be all quads. So I need something like this. Oh wait. One. That wouldn't work. Use that, and then a face here. And a face there, and a face there. The other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so like that. Now I can go into Maya and just do that. Doot, doot, doot. And then let's get rid of that. Make it a little wider. So we get this. It really does not want to make the shape I want it to make. Okay. Yes. Come on. There we go. Yep. And then in there, we're going to have 1, 2. There we go. Finally. Aha. That's the shape I wanted. Now I get that edge loop. That was way harder than I wanted it to be. But that'll happen sometimes. It's basically just the tool when you start getting into these tiny small sections. Because this is actually a very small section of this. It can start to not. It has trouble figuring out which edge to go to. Not a fan of this, like 6 edges going into one. That's gonna be funky. But I would much rather get that edge loop here. So for now, we're gonna work with this. We'll see if we can clean it up later. Okay. Now from here, let's finish this up here. Okay. Add some detail here. Perfect. This is how I want it to be. Where I add an edge loop here and it just goes right around to where I need it on that other side. Perfect. Okay. Let's see if I can actually add just a little bit more detail in here. So something like that. Now we've got 3 faces to work with. Let's kind of do the same thing here. that. And this gives us some extra faces to work with there. And then we can see. Dang it. Got one edge too many. 5. No. Water reminder, thank you. Oh, so close. Technically, it's not that hard. I could just add a split like right down the middle of this one. Like right, if it'll let me. Doesn't want to do it. Add a split right there. Not the greatest topology right in there. I should put it as channel points. That would be nice. Do I use a relax? Yes. So I'll relax all of this once I've kind of got it in place. Right now I'm still kind of positioning things, so I don't want to use the relax too much. Because I know I'm going to start getting things off of what I actually want them, or where I want them to be. So it is definitely something I will be using in a little bit. Okay, let's move this around a little bit, just kind of evening out my topology here as I think about this. Because I'm not a fan of how kind of dense it is. Let's see, how can I make it better? See, thinking. Let's try. I want to do that. Nope. Just trying to get these faces here. Boop. Good. There we go. Let's see. I think in this case, this is going to be my best bet here. That way I can just do that. Okay. On gaming car, hello. Let's see, what's my favorite program for rigging faces? I usually work in Maya, so I would say Maya. If you're using Blender, I believe the Rigify plugin is really good. I haven't used it myself personally, but I know some people who do use it, and they much prefer that over the typical rigging tools. So that would be worth checking into. Okay, let's do that. Let's kind of close that up there. Okay, that's better already than what we had earlier. What if I delete? Which edge is it? Get rid of this edge. What do we get up here? Yeah, we get some problems. I want to do that. Closing holes is always the, I guess you could say, it's an interesting portion of this process. Not great, but at this point I might just call that there. Okay. Definitely need to clean this edge up so we have a nice section right here. Like so. Then let's try cleaning this up nicely. Yeah, that's a little better there. Okay. I can just add a loop there. Yeah, that kind of works. Definitely have to clean that up a little. But that's not so bad. There we go. That needs to be fixed. There we go. So there's going to be a lot of kind of adjusting topology at this point, like just softening things up. The relax tool is fantastic for this. Kind of just ease all of that. Something like that. Go. Okay. So we've got that. Got that center bit. I'm still not happy with this, but we'll see how we can tweak it a little later. Now in here, we definitely have to fix a lot of stuff in here. Mostly because we need a good edge loop. Kind of coming through this point. And it goes right into there. Which goes back here. And down to the base there. Okay, not so bad. Let's see. Oh yeah, and I have to close this hole. Let's do this one first. This should be easy enough. No, not 3. I need 2. So I've got 2 faces on that side, and then only 1 there. So I need to connect those. Now I also have a few too many faces here. What's that gonna get rid of? Yeah, I can live with that for now. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then let's get rid of this one too. So basically I'm just lining up the geometry so that we have the same amount. 2, 2. We have 3 there actually. Yeah, I don't need to delete. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then we have 2 and then 1. So I could either delete this line right here, which could work, but at some point I'm gonna need it anyway. Like if I just delete that, just kind of makes a mess in there. Can I live with that mess? It's basically what I'm gonna live with. Do I get rid of this and then make this real easy? Boop, 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 done. Then I guess I could just do that. Yeah, that works. I'll need to soften this out a little bit. Sometimes the simplest way is the easiest. Okay. So let's get this in here. Now I'm just going to simplify the geometry right there and here. I could even get rid of this one. Oops. Get rid of the whole line. Whole line. There we go. This way we can just deal with the geometry we need and then add more in later. So we've got 2 faces there, 1, 2, 3 down here. That's not too bad. Oh wait, that's 3 down here, 2 here. If I add a split right there, we might actually be able to simplify this section here. Boop. Here we go. Come on. Zoom in. There we go. Aha. That way I can split this. Don't be afraid of redoing sections. That's normal. As long as this is why I'm working rough right now. I'm not trying to get this perfect. I can do a pass on perfection later and getting all this everything nice and quadded properly. Right now this is just getting it roughly in place so I know what's going on. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then we've got 2 and 1. Now I can't really split this. That's going to add way too much detail. So I need to go into a 2 and 1. So 1 like so. And then yeah, I think I'll need that extra detail right here. Right there. There we go. So now we go from 1 line to 2. Now we got 1, 2. Oh, no, I didn't need that extra. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Need to add one more cut right here. Doot, doot. Let's line these up again. Doot, doot, doot. Nice and clean. Okay, that was easy. Not super pretty, but it works for now. Kind of want to make that a little bit cleaner there. Something along those lines. Okay. Relax it a little bit. There we go. And now let's finish that last hole. I still want to clean this up, but we'll figure that out later. I need to add a little bit more detail right in there. But for now, let's just finish this hole. 1, 2. Doot. No. See. I feel like I need to just clean up this whole area. Get rid of some of the detail. Line it up a little bit better too. Like this feels good. This does not. I think I need to put some extra detail in here so we have less detail over here. Okay. Let's do that. That. Good. And we need one. I wonder if something like this will work. That's gonna be horrible. No, let's actually leave that for now. I'll figure it out in just a bit because I'm gonna have to redo this section here just a little. But let's actually just take a look at what we've got. See if there's any other problem points. So I'm just gonna take this object, just look at it alone, and I'm gonna smooth it out. And you can see this is the benefit of doing it like this. Are you using a keyboard? Oh yeah, I have a tablet and a keyboard. So that's my typical method. I don't like hotkeys on the tablet. How do you relax with quad draw? You just hold down shift. So by doing this topology, we get something like this. Now let's actually look at both surfaces here and compare them. So turn off live surface for now. And if we took our old topology and tried to smooth that out, this is what we get. This horrible mess. It's a nightmare. And it's hard to create these organic shapes that all flow correctly and have the right like tapers in the right spot, unless you're using something like ZBrush, which if you're using that, much easier. It's much easier to do all of this. But that's not the point of this demo. The demo here is to show that you don't need ZBrush. If you take this and then use your quad draw tool, you can start to create this geometry. It's not perfect, like this whole end here needs to be reshaped to a proper cylinder again. But that's not hard to do. It's just a few points, just a little bit of point snapping, and then you're done. But the rest of it, we're starting to get these nice organic shapes. This nice flow along the surfaces. We're getting the form that we want in there. And it's kind of cool. And it looks like one solid piece that's all fused together versus all of these separate pieces. So that's the goal of this. At this point, it's just a little bit more topology manipulation, which, to be honest, is just, I don't want to say tedious, because I actually do enjoy it. I find it fun for some reason, but it is, oh wait, I need to make sure this is a live object. That's what's missing. Oop, live. It's really just going through and figuring out this surface. So in my case, I might not do this on stream because at this point, I'm sure you guys get it. It's really just figuring out how to get this section to be a little cleaner and this section to have just a little bit more detail. Because right now, this has too little detail and we're getting this weird point right here that I'm not a fan of. And this is just too compact. It honestly just needs about this much detail up here. We should have like, let's relax that a little bit here. We should have like 3 lines going through the middle there. And instead we've got, how many? 1, 2, 3, well, just here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's too much. So I need to rethink this. And at this point, it's really just what I'm doing here and what I've been doing. Go through, cut it, see where you can realign some lines, delete some faces, redo a little bit of your edge loops, and you're good. So for example, got an edge loop that's coming through here, around. I might get rid of the loop I did here. Honestly. As much as I do like what it gave me at the beginning, it's causing some issues. And then this whole section, I might just get rid of. This is the nice thing with this tool is it's like, okay, I've got a section that's not working. Okay, let's just get rid of it. It doesn't take long to redo. And then now that I have that, I know that I need less detail going into this. So where can I get rid of detail? Well, honestly, there's a lot of detail right in there. That's a lot right here. So let's see if we can simplify it. Now I do want this surface to be round, so I'm not going to try to lose the detail here. I'm going to try to lose the detail here on the flat surface. So, for example, one thing we could do is go for some 2-to-1 lines. So we've got 2 lines here. We want to go into 1 line up there instead of 2. Basically, get rid of this. So let's do that. So doot. We'll have to add a split here, which is not a problem. I do need more detail down here. So like that. And then let's see, it's 2-to-1, which is, I always forget the direction here. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's this. that. Oh, come on. Yeah, get my camera back in place here. Okay, there we go. So we got that. I'll redo that though, so I've got that 5-point line right on the edge there. I don't want that. So let's split that again. And make sure that split happens down here. Okay, so 2 to 1. Like that. Now I have a little bit more detail down here, which is good. And honestly, that detail should go around here. So I need this. That's a little better. Because this flow should go along the bottom here, not just randomly up like it was before. And then even these lines here are gonna have to be moved to make a better curvature right through there. This is too tight. All the lines are kind of compressing into one point, which I'm not a fan of. I would almost put another point there. We'll see. I might just pull this down. Yeah, we can do that. So something like that. Clean that up. There we go. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're trying to get it down to 1. So I can do a 1 split here. Let's get rid of detail. I always let go of my controls too fast. There we go. Doot, doot. Oh, wait. I always get that backwards. Doot, doot. There we go. Then that. And that. Wait, that's not right. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Got a surface there. Oop. There we go. Yeah, I overcomplicated it. Okay, so there we go. And Carla, hello! How's it going? Welcome. And Tara, thank you. So, looking at this is already much better. We're getting more detail down here. It's going to help solidify that shape, while also kind of simplifying all the lines that were going in here. We had 2 extra lines going in there. Now we've only got 4 instead of 6. We could do the same at the top there eventually. Now, I do want to clean this up. This is overly messy right here. So the way I'm going to clean this up is I can just get rid of this line. I wonder if I can get rid of... I can't get rid of this one, because I've got that shape right there. Might need to resplit this. so that we can clean this up nicely. Let's do this for now. I want to get rid of this line right there, but it's going to just need a little bit of tweaking on the back. But by doing this, I now have a nice clean shape right there, and I can just add more detail there, which will go right through in here. So, we've got that. I don't want to change these two faces here. I'll think about it. For now, this is working a little bit better right in there. We're getting a better shape. If I wanted to, I think the only thing I could try to do in here to make it a little bit stronger would be to, yeah, add a edge loop right in there, like that. So, kind of doing that. This way I get that nice edge loop right in there. And then try to get an edge loop in here. And I'm going to subdivide. Yeah, I'm going to smooth all of this out so it creates this nice soft mesh in here. It all comes down to this point. This is that trouble point right in here. Oops, let's not get rid of all of that detail. It's right in there. All my problems are coming from the way this flows right in there. Let's add detail here and get rid of this one. Okay. The reason for that is there's kind of a point here that I want to hold on to. Okay. How can I make this work? We go 1, 2, 3. Can pull that out there a little bit. Let's just split that for now. And then we've got 4. Don't need to split that then. Need to move this out. Okay. So we've got doot, doot, doot. There we go. Nice and clean so far. I want to avoid 5-point lines on the edge here. That is definitely a goal here, is to avoid that so that it keeps that whole edge nice and crisp. If I add a point there, I'm going to get some weirdness. Already this is working better. Okay. I could feel that. That gives me a triangle. Triangles aren't bad. As much as I can, I'd try to avoid them. Just because they're not going to be as efficient. And I'd like to keep everything as quads, if I could. So what I could do is just split this. And there we go. There we go. That actually gives me the detail I want, except what... Okay. That was weird right in there. So we get that. Let's just kind of relax all these points here. Definitely need to tweak this whole neck area here. There's too much detail right down on the bottom and not enough in the middle. Especially right here. You can see how that's starting to pinch all of these together. That's not good. Okay. So that's definitely much better here. Much cleaner. Okay. Now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we could get rid of 2 lines here, that would be really nice. So I could get rid of this one, but that gets rid of all of that. Get rid of this. Let's see. Actually, let's not get... No, let's get rid of some stuff. So that would be the ideal right here. Four edges. Connecting down to 4 edges right there. That would be nice. But that means that we have to fix these faces right here. We fix one thing and then we break another. Luckily, it's not too bad. So we've got this shape here. I want this edge to come along right through. I could add an edge loop right in there, but it's going to take away from the line I want, at least for now. So let's clean this up here. If I need... I could honestly get rid of one line of detail here. Right there. I don't need it. It would simplify things. For example, if I got rid of this, it just gets rid of an extra line down in here. Yeah. Is this the this topology tool? This is the quad draw tool. You can find it under mesh tools right here. Quad draw. I love this tool. It's one of my favorite modeling tools. I want to keep this simple right here because this is going to be very cylindrical. I want to have the least amount of like extra stuff in there as possible. Let's tweak this. Oot. Oot. Like, oops, come on. There we go. That's what I want. Connect that. So I'm trying to get this edge loop right in here. See if this is going to give us some geometry to work with. Now here I don't want an edge loop. This should be nice and smooth. But does it mean I can't get away with one? I did this. That kind of works. Kind of. Let's just try adding a loop in here. See what we get. Okay. So what do we have here? I could add one more piece of geometry there. Nah, that's still not quite right. Guess I could get rid of this. Something like that. Kind of works. I'm afraid of what's going to happen here, though. There's a reason why I wanted that straight line. Oh yeah, I've definitely done that. You're modeling for so long and you're just kind of like you've been trying to figure out these like edge flow problems for so long that you just start seeing it everywhere. I think that's better. I'd rather have a loop up here than lose that. This should be a straight line once I optimize it. Nice straight line so we get that kind of seam that we're seeing right here. Okay. That's better. We got rid of, we had 6 here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still want to get rid of 1, but I guess I could try to get a split in there. Like a 3 to... Let's see. Because this is a plateau right there, so I don't have to worry too much about super cleanliness right here. Let's see. Could I get rid of 2 lines here? 3. 1. One. Yeah, there we go. Hey Gobi, how's it going? Hello. Isn't a pull with 6 edges not optimal? Yes. That is definitely something you want to avoid. In my case, because I've got like these specific corners, I might get 1 or 2. As much as I can, I'm going to try to avoid them. It's definitely something I don't want if I can avoid it. 5 is kind of the most you want. They're not great. 3, 4, 5, yeah. They're not great, but and why do I have a triangle there? No. Get rid of that. Yeah, you don't want holes with 6. That's just bad. Okay. Do I want to do this? Something like that. Definitely looks ugly right now. I think I left too much of a gap here. I need a split right there. So what I did is I took 3 faces and I made it into 1. I needed to take those 3 and make it into 2. So instead of 2 lines here, I just need 1. Like that. Let's see. I tried modeling. For me, it's so slow and no activity like an animation. Yeah, it's definitely a different mindset. For me, I really like modeling. It just, in the sense that it kind of gives me a... What would be the right word I'm looking for? I don't need that corner. it's relaxing to me, especially like I've got just relaxing music going. It's a way to focus on different things. So I want to split there. Not really. It's what would be the right word? It's kind of zen for me. Kind of gives me a way to just relax and focus on different things. See. Definitely not an optimal shape there. Am I just making too much of a hassle out of this? I probably am. It would be so much easier if I just split this. Oops. Doot, 3-3, done. So, and then I just have to worry about, yeah, just do that. Why make it more complicated than it has to be? Sometimes it's better just to keep it simple. Let's see. Oh wait, I saw you had one. Oh yeah, a pole or a pole with 6 edges. Yeah, there's a few. I think. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, right there. That is not optimal. Ideally, wait. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Yeah. So that's 6. I really should try to optimize this for the surface that I'm getting right here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it without losing part of the flow that I want to get right here. We'll see. I'm going to think about that one. Don't want to snap that. Okay. So let's get back down here. So this is better. At this point, we're just trying to get this underneath right here better. So let's try to avoid a pole if we can at all do it. So 5, good. And that's might be what I just do here. I might get rid of that edge loop. So you just do that. And then boop. There you go. It's not 6 anymore. So I might just do that, honestly. There we go. Easier. Less detail. Less headache. Definitely have to take that edge and move it a little closer there. Lots of readjusting edges throughout all of this. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna try to keep this simple. Let's do that. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. It'd be nice if I could get one line out of here, but that was the whole thing I was trying before, and that was not working. So, I'm gonna add a line down here. Probably not. Not easily. So that. That. And just this little bit of a nuisance right here. No, that's not right. So I need a 1 to 2, which means another split there. Not bad. I need the detail right there. So this isn't terrible. It'll allow me to smooth that out a little bit more. Sometimes it's not so bad getting that extra little bit. Okay, wait. 1 to 2. I need the 1 to 2 I always struggle with for some reason. Oh no, wait, I know why. Because this is also going to be a 1 to 2. I can't put detail there. Think. I think it's that corner. Let's try to redo this corner just a little bit. Tricky. So what I'm doing here, the thought behind it is I'm adding more detail right in there so that I can just get a different number of edge loops to work with. Well, not edge loops, but just edges. The amount that I had to deal with at the beginning there wasn't enough. But now it's just messy. I don't want messy. I want clean. I want organized. Simple. That's what I really want. Just like that. Nice and simple. So clean. I think what I'm going to need to do is break up a line. So what's happening right now is every time I'm adding a line here, it loops back around and goes right into where I need to go. So for example, here, I add a line there and it'll add a line on the other side. I add a line here, it'll add a line to the other side. Is that a bad thing? No. But in my case, it's causing all of this to constantly get detail where I don't need it to be. See, have you ever animated some skaters, bikers? Feels like riders' movements can feel really choreographic sometimes. Yeah, it definitely can. I've never really animated a ton of it, but kind of the thing to watch out for is that you're going to end up getting motion that feels stiff, or at least it seems stiff. A way you can avoid it is adding a little overlap. So for example, if a character is riding a bike, add a little bounce to the hips. add just a little bit of extra sway over the seat. So the bike might be moving a little bit, but their hips over top of it are moving just a little bit more. And what that gives you is just that extra little bit of organic motion versus kind of this choreographed. Dang it. It's always like one extra line. If I could add a line without coming up all the way over there. Oh, I say. I need to break this up here. So I need that to loop back this way. So yeah, it's you're going to be adding that extra little bit of motion to the character. Okay. Add that in there. Sorry, I'm distracting myself. But that's going to help avoid the overly choreographed motion. And then just try to add some variation in the way they bike, for example. So this could be little things like... how to put this? As they're biking, having a little hitch in the step. If they're biking, let them stop pedaling for a little bit. When you're biking, you're not constantly pedaling all the time. There's going to be moments where you take a little bit of break and just let the bike go on its own. So things like that can help a lot. Okay, how am I going to do this? Definitely need to split this. And then 2 to 1. No, 3 to 1. Yeah, come on. That is where I want you to. There we go. Not great topology, but for now, that kind of feels like the main thing I'm saying lately. For now, it's fine. For now, we can leave it for now. It's okay. Soften that up a little bit. Yeah, because that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into this point. That's not good. So, actually, this is going to be easy to fix. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. All I need to do is doot, and then doot, doot. Let's do it this way. And then I just need to split right here. Or actually, no, I need to split down here. Which is not ideal, but I can always just... I need more detail down here anyway. So I can just do this. Then clean up that section in just a little bit. So wrap this around here just a little bit better. And I'll just tighten this section right in there. Aha! Using that big brain moment right there. There we go. It's horribly messy, but we're getting there. Now I can just go boop, boop, haha. Look at that. Clean. Now, why did we do all of this? All of that was so that we could just get the right amount of detail in here, where we can just split this, boop, and now that detail goes and runs out the side instead of up the top. Haha. Yes, it worked. Just so we can do that. Ah, the fun part of topology, restructuring a whole section just so you can get one line to go off to the side instead of looping back around. Yay! So, we've got that. So you can see, this is way better now. I know it's still like horribly like janky, but if you look at the amount of detail we had, if you remember what we were working with before, we had very little detail in this section. It was just these big sections that just big panels that's not going to hold much detail. And then in here we just had this massive detail. It was too much. There was no way that we would have been able to properly clean that up and make it look good. It is just too much. So by restructuring some of our edge loops, we were able to even that out. And now they both have about the same amount of detail, which means that both of these panels are going to look approximately the same when we smooth them out. We're not going to have one that's super sharp and another one that's way too soft. Okay. So, with that, if you guys don't like modeling yet, you're missing out. Yeah, exactly. Isn't this fun? I actually really enjoy this. Not in the way of like, man, I would love to do this for a living. I don't do this for a living. I am an animator. I much prefer animation. But in terms of just kind of as a hobby, when I just want to get away from animation, I enjoy this. It's like doing a puzzle. And to me, it's fun. It's just this kind of well, you don't turn your brain off. You have to kind of really think about a lot of things. But it's just a different mentality than I usually use when I'm animating. And I really enjoy that. Definitely need another bit of detail right here, which I am noticing I've got a weird edge loop going on there. That's going to be weird. It's kind of going around and then whoop, it stops into itself. That's going to be not great. I might redo a little bit down here. I might have these lines just go straight down. Sort of curling around. Just do this. Then, see, I don't need that or that. Just one in the middle. Now it'll line up there. And then I can just do doot, 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 doot. There we go. Simple is oftentimes better. Instead of having that weird twist where all that geometry was like trying to pinch into itself, we get this nice, clean movement right in there. Much better. Sometimes you just have to ask yourself, do you really need that edge loop? Really? Is it giving you that much? Okay. Now, ideally, I would love to have one more edge of detail right there. But I'm gonna have to rethink a little bit of this edge loop here. It'd be nice if I could get it to go out on this out there, and then that would clean it out, but we'll see. For now, it's just a straight piece. If I just have to kind of budget a little bit and just even out some of the detail here, I'd rather do that. This is going to be a just nice soft neck to this portion here. I say neck, but like just a soft taper there. So I really don't need detail here. At this point, I just need to close this hole and I'm done. Now, what do I need? I need a split right through here. But this falls into the problem where I had one split and it splits on both sides, which is not ideal, because I know I'm never going to be able to add enough detail. What else am I going to run into here? So I could actually maybe delete the face there and add a split here instead. That was a big edge loop that it added. Goes all the way around. But by doing that, I now get nice. Come on, add that. I need a split there and then a split here. Okay, round. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. I need to tighten that up anyway. So I can just do that. And then similar here. I can just split this. And let's do this. Doop, boop. There we go. Haha! Look at that. Messy looking. But it's clean. Yay! Not bad. Not great. There's some areas that definitely need some fixing. But at this point, it's really just going through and like adjusting edges. Like right here. That definitely needs to be softened out. This whole thing needs to be relaxed through here. Relax that. So something like this. Get these spaced out nicely. So there we go. I think that actually worked out pretty well. Not perfect yet, but at this point it's just a little bit of polish. Let's actually see how it looks on its own. Let's save, because we did a lot of big brain thinking here, trying to get all of this working. We don't want to lose it all because we forgot to save. It is a skateboard truck. So look at that. We've got all of the planes. So we've got this nice flat plane there, a flat plane here. We've got that roundness right in there. We've got the taper on this, so it tapers up into the flatness there. This is going to be cleaned up, so that's just the edges need to be kind of flattened out and rounded out. But yeah, it's getting there. This needs it's all wobbly. It's terrible, but it's there. At this point, like for example here, if I wanted to, I could soften that edge a little bit more, or I could try to sharpen it a little bit more. If I wanted to add a little bit more kind of a taper on here, all I'd have to do is grab this edge. Right, come on, grab the edge, there we go. Grab that edge here. Nope. Come on, zoom in. There we go. Grab that edge, and then just go, nope. Make sure I'm moving in world mode. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, it's because I'm working with the live object still. Boop, turn that off. So just to do that, and now I've got a nice soft transition right in there instead of this, which is a little bit harder. And if I really needed to get some extra creasing in here, I can just use the crease tool in Maya and tighten some of those without adding more topology. So yay, this is pretty much it. At this point, it's really just cleanup. Cleaning up the edges, making sure it all lines up. And then for the end here, I can just quickly, like this is going to be rough. I would just extrude that. Bring that in. Extrude it again. Bring that out. And there you go. There's the axle. Now I'll only do that once I get the rest of it rounded out, so I don't have a lumpy axle. But there we go. So it took a while. It took quite a while. But let's see what we've got so far. At this point, I'm not going to do the cleanup on stream. I think I've held you guys hostage long enough. But let's take a look at this. And everything's running so slow. I need to delete some history. This is why you want to save. So I don't need that. I don't need this visible, and I don't need this visible. Okay, what's still showing? Oh yeah, that one. So we've got that. There we go. Now we do also have our, where's our kingpin? Kingpin. Here. We have our kingpin, which is going to be right in there. And we've got the shape. We also have our wheel, which is wheel in place. There we go. So you can see our shapes are starting to form. If we kind of look at it from this angle, hey, it doesn't look half bad. It's a little too soft right now. It definitely needs a harder edge right there. Kind of add a little bit more mass, I think, to the center part. It kind of got thinned out a little bit as we were working on it. But there we go. We duplicate it and mirror it on the other side, and we're done. And after that, all I need to do is kind of model a nut, a basic nut that I can use as a basic kind of all around. I can use it for here, I can use it to add to the wheel, and I can use it at least maybe, well, maybe it's a nut, I'll have to double check. Some smaller nut or a screw, just make some screw heads to put onto the base there, and done. Pretty much it. So yeah, not bad. It still needs some work, but we're close to the end now. I don't even need that image plane anymore. So that's what we've got. Once we have it, we can just duplicate it, put it on the back with the back wheels, and we are done.